didn't transition because I have it on studio mode.
Full of lies.
We're good. All right, cool. 1 second.
Oh. You counted 1, 2, 3, go, and then didn't go.
I ghosted.
Well, he did go. Okay, you know.
So what's making it cool is if you notice the table looks a little different behind me.
It's a lot higher now. Now it's half height.
No, it's the same height as it always was.
It looks a lot. It looks taller. It does.
It might just because it doesn't have anything on it.
You start finishing it or refinishing it?
I've been using 60 grit. I went through so much 60 grit with a with an oscillating sander. I did this for about 2.5 hours yesterday. 60 grit sandpaper for about 2.5 hours. My hands were in pain from the vibrations, but because I'm literally going through decades of not just the original like lacquer or whatever's on there, but decades of just like it being a workbench. So just all this crap that was built up on there over here. And so the shot back was because I was doing it in here, the shot back on. So one hand sanding and the other hand, or like
why didn't you call me?
For what?
I have a gallon of odorless mineral spirits and you should have been wet sanding that. That would have helped strip off the lacquer. You probably would have saved yourself an hour.
It's fine. So I'm done with the 60 grit, at least for the top. I still have to get like the beveled edge. I don't know what I'm doing with the sides. Brittany's like, fuck the legs. I was like, babe, I'm live. I can't do that right now. But the legs I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do with at the moment. I'm not sure if I'm gonna like restain them, refinish or whatever, but the top part, I have to hit it with the 120 and then the 280 or 300 or whatever I bought afterwards, just to, you know. But do you want to actually, at some point in time, if you want to come over and help me reinforce it, because it's a little.
Yeah.
Is it clean now?
No. It is covered in.
Can you
covered in sawdust?
Do you ever plan on taking those legs off again? That's the question.
Well, I'm live right now. No, so the answer would be yes, just to be able to get it in and out of the room, right? Because in theory, you want to be able to get in and out of the room in case like I ever got. I mean, you don't really need the legs off to get it in and out of the room because you can hook it, right? But getting out of the bulkhead, you definitely need to be able to get the legs off. So the answer would be yeah, okay. I would. So, but and then the other thing too was, I wasn't sure like if I wanted to D&D doll it up, like add little things onto the top. I don't like recessed tables, but like I do like the idea of maybe adding stuff to it, like cup holder on the side or anything. If I wanted to add any kind of dolling to it like that, or if I'm just being like stupid and
dude, you can get clip-on cup holders like this, and they actually work very, very well.
Let me see, you got.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Just kind of like duck bills right onto the corner. It's fantastic.
I mean, I don't have a lot of, like, I'm only working with 3 inches here. So I don't know how much you can actually clamp on.
We're transitioning to Scott's OnlyFans.
But yeah, so I'm excited because I'm like finally doing that. And then my father's actually visiting tomorrow, so I'm hoping he helps me. Brittany finally got the shelves in that she ordered for me. So I'm hoping he'll help me get these hung up because they're pretty massive. I mean, you can see exactly how big these shelves are because you know how tall I am. And
they'll be like 5'2".
Very nice. It's funny. We were both sanding yesterday. I just finished my last coat on. I'm doing a base kit, and that one I polished all the way up to 2400 grit, which really, really sucks.
Wait, 2,400?
Yes.
That is fucking
It's basically
smooth.
paper. I was basically rubbing it with paper.
What were you sanding that you want to be that smooth? Because that's
a bass
like
neck.
A what?
The neck of a bass guitar.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm like, because that's smoother than a human hand needs to feel, but you're doing it for sound. That's different.
I'm doing it so it doesn't catch when I slide.
Yeah. That's entirely different. Okay.
Because I'm a sweaty motherfucker. So.
I was like 3,200, usually around that rate. Sorry, 320 is usually all you need for furniture. Going up to like a 500 is needless for furniture. I mean, you can, but like, why?
I'll be honest. I like 1,500 is my stopping point for most things.
Yeah.
That's like that fucker gleams, but yeah.
That's the day after my anniversary, Rosin. Just saying.
It's a very short person.
Give my wife a toss.
You probably shouldn't actually do that. You know.
Well, she does weigh.
heads up.
She is 4'11", so I just throw her.
No, I'm talking about you can freely throw anyone under 5'4" of heart repercussions. I wouldn't bet on that.
I would not bet on that either. But yeah, if you want to have some fun with reinforcing, or like, because you play D&D with me a billion times, like if you have any suggestions of what you think would be useful at the table, because like it does have, I'm gonna end up turning the table around, but the other side does have 2 drawers in it, which are great for like papers or whatever that you might need.
But
I don't
let's
like
be real
those.
Here. The only thing that needs to be reinforced is the chairs for your fat ass friends.
I mean, we got new chairs that I thought personally were a little bit light and small, but Brittany is like, how often are you really going to use them? I'm like, it's not how often, it's when we use them, how long they're used for. She's like, if somebody's uncomfortable, they can sit in the nice chairs for a little bit. I was like, then they'll break my nice chairs.
Which you have to remind her about the amount of chairs slaughtered from D&D sessions that you guys.
I used to be driving up the road and be like, oh, pull over, let's grab one of those chairs.
Scott, the stream title.
What does it say?
It says the regicide.
No, it doesn't. I legit changed it.
I'm on it.
No, this is. I don't think you understand how frustrating this is. Because last week it also went the wrong way, and I explicitly went and changed it. It should say session 9, right? It should say session 9 because I had to fix last week's, which was the wrong one.
It also
and I
still
pressed
says
save.
characters.
What the hell? It's supposed to. What the hell? I legit changed this, like literally, because I fixed the other VOD. If you go in there and look at the other VOD, I fixed it to session 8 right before I set this one to session 9. Going, well, let's make sure I don't have to deal with that again. And then even though now I'm updating it, I'm still gonna have to go back and update it in the goddamn.
Yeah.
Grr. I press done. And it says stream info updated successfully, and let's see if it actually. Goddamn Twitch.
It has not updated on my end.
Oh, no, I just did it right now. So if it does update, you're gonna have to wait about a minute and then press refresh.
Oh, it's already updated for me.
Does ModView not make it update quicker?
I have no idea.
Because
I don't use ModView. I don't like it.
Oh, well. It's.
No, I didn't remove the balloons. Rory was playing with them.
Okay, it's updated.
Over here.
No, he has Warmonger 2 with 2 eyes. We're Roman, apparently.
There we go.
Well, since you're so friendly with the parent, I figure it probably works well for you.
Okay, listen.
Sucker.
Does it Warmonger?
Oh, God.
No, it says Monger.
Oh, okay. She typoed. Rosin's just useless. Okay, cool. So anyways, yeah, the where was I? Not playing the game. Hi, Jake. All right.
Hey.
Do you want me to ask him?
I don't know what you're asking.
Hey, Jake. How's lockdown going?
It's finished.
Is it actually finished? Is it actually over?
For the most part, yeah.
Elaborate for the most part, because you were talking some high and mighty before.
We can't go to we can go to the pub and sit down. You're not allowed to stand and drink, and the nightclubs aren't open. So things like that are still kind of shut. But I mean, I can get around. The shops are open and all that stuff. For vaccinated people only, though.
So do you have to walk around with your vaccinated ID card?
Yeah, we got it on our phones.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, that works, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So did you actually go outside and breathe some fresh COVID?
Yeah, I did. I haven't gone anywhere, crowdy yet, though.
It takes a minute. I won't lie. When we went to King Richard's, it was.
That was stressful.
Yeah, it was. It was a thing.
It's like, guys, I liked my 6-foot bubble. Could you back the fuck off, please?
True.
Yeah, they didn't.
It was it was not comfortable, but you just did it and you smiled and you had fun, you know. So you'll get there.
Yeah.
It's at a level.
Well,
But I'm glad that things are starting to lighten up for you guys, and you're not anywhere near as bad as we are as a nation. So that one person I work with, again, the company like requires you to answer a question. Either A, yes, I've been vaccinated, or B, no, I have not been vaccinated, or I don't want to answer you. It's two options, not three, even though it sounds like three. It's two options. Yes, I have. No, I haven't, or I don't want to share with you. They refuse to answer that question.
I mean,
HR has reached out to them. They're the only person in the entire this half of the country, at the very least, and I mean like north to south Florida included, the only person that refuses to answer the question. So HR has reached out to them specifically and been like, bro, you got to answer this question. And they're like, are you going to look at my information? Like, we can't if we wanted to. Like, this isn't you giving us permission. This is an assigned document agreement to release your medical forms to us. We cannot look at your stuff. The only time we can look at your stuff is when you're on a medical leave of absence, because you signed and date documents explicitly saying that that's what you're doing. So this isn't giving us permission to look at medical stuff. You just fill out the thing. He's like, I'll have to think about it. They're like, cool. If you don't fill out this thing in the next 2 weeks, you're off the schedule.
Huh. You know, yeah.
nice.
It's like,
True.
I mean, I get along with the person pretty well most of the time. We actually have a lot of fun working together. But at the same time, we all know who I'm talking about and the perspective this person has on many things in life. So I'm just like, yeah. like, it's like I'll be sad to see you go, but I'd love to watch you leave. You know? Sorry, buddy. Deuces. So, oh well. So, Cell, do you want to give us a recap of what happened last week so Xylamos knows where we are?
Yeah, so last week, we came back home to our lands after stopping off in Tenching. We did, I think, there was like a Southern Warlords gathering kind of thing that happened where they kind of talk shit about the North. And then we went back to, I don't have my notes open, but we went back to Kagong, I think, Clan Kagong's home, and realized how, like,
yes,
shit they
Kagong is the original name of that clan.
Yes. But realized they're in a really, really bad position and got information about the not Red Monger, is it? It's Red Mongrel. So then after we got our information from them, we also are taking back one of their commanders, I think, Nick is, to have him help teach or like just convey Red Mongrel strategies in general. And we stopped by one of my closest mine on the way back to our kingdoms, and we realized, wow, Gorz has gone into this underground area where there's something rumbling. So I'm like, hey guys, you want to go down and help me handle this?
Okay, I do want to remind you that as we're going down into this area, Nick's birthday passed last Wednesday. Happy birthday, Nick.
Thank you.
I spoke with Patreon about what they would like to be your gift, because all the PCs get gifts on their birthdays.
A RP card.
Well, listen.
I need to slide it into my boomer box.
A free Winifred's, but you can post hockey.
But listen, the only way you're ever going to get it is if we ever finish what's going on in Cell's kingdom. So, good luck with that.
Well, I mean, if he's not dead at least, right? So, we went down there. We killed a bunch of mushroom folk without really knowing what the fuck they are. And then the giant worm is attacking us right now.
So let's roll that back a little bit. So we completely slaughtered a bunch of innocent, peace-loving creatures, and now we're going to fight a worm.
Yes, we slaughtered creatures that we had no idea what they were, and we killed them
in your kingdom.
Yes, This happened.
Committing
funny
committing
that Cell's the
genocide.
one that's rewriting history here
I'm
with
not
some
rewriting
flavor
any history.
context. He's just saying it's my heritage. That's all we have from Cell right now.
I said exactly what happened. We saw some creatures, we didn't know what the fuck they were, and we attacked them and killed them. This is what happened.
Listen, I love that the Australian
signing
who
malice.
has nothing to do with American politics.
I know we murdered the
Appreciates
poor.
the jokes.
We killed the poor innocent mushroom folk, and now we're being attacked by a giant worm.
There we go. Okay.
Specifically, I am being attacked by a giant worm.
Almost like you're the one that's guilty here.
I can accept
Yeah.
this.
Cell was like, if you're not going to work in the mines, then you die.
Okay, listen, we didn't even talk to them because I didn't let that happen because I didn't know what they are.
Oh, awesome. Well, he was just offering them like a great job with benefits and pensions and stuff like that, right? Didn't
Yeah,
you say
of
like you
course.
provide much for your people?
Yeah, provide
Yeah.
all their needs.
Yeah.
All
Nice
these-
little pan fried mushroom. Is that what it is?
Pan fried mushroom. My God, that's some good shit.
It's good.
I
Little
won't
little
lie.
good soy sauce, dude.
little
Oh my
kosher salt
God.
on there.
Ooh,
Like
Oh,
a
yeah.
portobello burger,
Ooh,
like
oh.
you marinate it inside a little bit of like balsamic like vinegar, not like
you
vinegar.
just ruined a good mushroom. But yeah.
No, you marinate it in balsamic with some oil and
Balsamic
a little bit of
smells like
seasoning.
feet.
It's
Okay.
okay.
It smells
It's okay.
like feet.
And when you reduce it, it
It-
becomes sweet feet. That's okay.
That's,
I like it.
that's fair. That's what
That's
happened.
okay.
Wrong
toes.
channel again, Scott. Wrong channel.
Yeah. Onlyfans.com.
Onlyfeet.com/Daelric. So
It's only3.com/feet.
I made an OnlyFans joke on like my work like
Oh, God.
social
Why would you do
group
this?
chat thing. Like I made a joke like, oh, OnlyFans said it. I forgot they work with mostly boomers, so they were like, "Isn't that a sex thing?" And I was like, "Never mind."
The joke goes over your head.
No, never mind. I mean, yes, it can be, but that's not what it is. So when you make a joke about it being that, that's you know what? Never mind.
That's the majority
No,
of
no,
what it
no,
is.
never
but,
mind.
You know.
It's not even
Alright.
the majority. It's just the vocal minority. You know.
I don't know about that.
Now we have to
Oh,
look,
look,
up
another
numbers, but,
boomer
you know,
talking about the vocal
I would.
minority.
I would bet like small money that the majority of OnlyFans like people that are being supported is like related to porn.
We can look up those numbers after we eat you.
Yeah. You're gonna. You know what? I'm not gonna say it.
All right. So this session, literally the last die I rolled were perception checks before a
Yes.
giant worm erupted out of the ground.
That I
And,
was prepared for.
Now you're prepared for what way?
As you know, my companions were saying something was going on. I said I was like getting ready. For something
So you're
to
saying
pop
is
up.
you're not flat-footed.
Yes, I'm saying I'm not flat-footed. This is not like my character isn't stupid. He was preparing for something.
Would you even go so far as to say you would have taken a defensive action, like prepared to like react?
Yes,
or
in fact,
Okay.
I said specifically Tesla stands in a defensive stance.
Okay, cool. Let's just double check the rules for that one because we almost never do that. Defensive stance, or it's defensive action, or
It's defensive stance, I think.
yeah, it's been a hot minute since we used this rule. It's
I
deflection,
don't normally-
enhancement, combat stats.
Is it
Total
I think?
defense. Yeah, it is called total defense. Good call,
Yeah.
sir.
I know.
Total defense, and because of your ranks in acrobatics, you might actually get a bigger bonus.
Oh,
So
true.
it's standard action, you get a +4 dodge bonus to your
Oh.
AC. Oh, it doesn't do that anymore. Was that a 5e thing? I mean, a 3.5 thing.
Total. Keegan says total defense gives +4 dodge AC.
Correct,
and
but
standard
it used to be +6 if you also had ranks inside.
I think you're thinking
acrobatics.
of you might be thinking of the one that minus is bad for defense.
No, that's combat expertise.
Yeah.
That's not
Does
what I'm
that
referring
sound
to.
like a skill trick,
If you have
Scott?
3 or more
That-
ranks in acrobatics, you get a +3 while fighting defensively and a +6 to dodge when taking the full total defense action. Do you have at least 3 ranks in
No,
acrobatics?
I have 1 rank. So.
Really? You're not even gonna take
I-
advantage of this?
I
I
have
don't
3
have
ranks.
the
I'll
ranks.
take advantage of that.
I didn't know this
You
was a
don't need it,
thing.
Nick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you
Next
only get the
time I level
+4 to
up.
AC. So what is your AC with the +4 for the total defense action?
So it's 24, and I can do something as a reaction.
What's your thing that you can do as a reaction?
This.
What's that do?
It adds my charisma. Lets me move 5 feet and adds my charisma bonus to AC as a dodge bonus.
So moving 5 feet isn't really going to help you. So what's your AC
So-
when you add charisma to it?
When I add both of these, I'm at a 29. Yeah, 29.
You get a 29 AC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
wait till AC doesn't matter and he just goes for your CMD.
Oh, well, I'm dead then. Or I'm swallowed, I guess.
So I'm sorry. So you have, I just want to be clear, a 29 AC, because that's absolute insanity.
Yes. If dodge bonus is stack, 4 from total defense,
do.
and my dodging panache gets me +5 because it's my charisma. Fuck, that's, oh my god. Well, it doesn't beat it by 5 if that matters.
That doesn't matter. It would have been really
could've.
funny if I rolled like a 2.
Yeah, I could have dodged it.
And then I
So,
rolled like a daddy's dice and I only got a 1. That would have been awesome.
Jake, how do you want to split up Cell's territory? I'm just kidding.
Well, luckily, only Jake's near it, so I don't really think he could split it.
Are you injured right now?
Yes.
How injured?
I'm at 43. Or
Oh.
47.
Good.
So, I don't think he'll kill me in 1 hit, but I'm guessing this is like a purple worm, has been my guess since you've talked about it. Is it purple, Scott?
You guys are seeing in dark vision.
That's a lot of damage.
Once again, I'm not.
I'm
I'm not dead. That could have killed me, I think.
about to throw CMB at you.
You're beating me. Okay, what's your modifier? Okay.
Nick,
Is
let's
it-
leave. Let's leave now while we still can.
Yeah, you fucking beat my CMD, obviously. I don't know, right? Unless you roll a 1, it's the only time you fail.
So, what ends up happening, as stated at the end of the last session, is the ground erupts as you see a giant worm, like literally rising up out of the ground. You look up, you're like, "Oh, in the name of!" And you turn, and you start trying to move to get away. And like you said, is your what's it called? Swift action? No, not swift action. What's it called? Immediate action. You move 5 feet away. And get a plus to your AC and all that stuff. Unfortunately, you're dealing with a creature that is not affected by
Small.
you moving only 5 feet. It is a gargantuan-sized worm as it erupts from the ground and literally just comes bursting up and then comes at an arc down at you. And as you try to run away, it's like, ow, and literally swallows you whole as its head starts to dive back into the ground. So you guys see like,
Well, luckily, escaping being eaten by something is actually relatively easy. You only need to deal, 1/10 of its HP. That is the rules. Okay, Scott?
I did not refute that.
And all the leftover mushroom people start chanting Moadi.
And luckily, I won't die from fall damage.
So yes, a swallowed creature try to cut their way free with the amount of cutting damage required to be free is equal to 1/10 their total health points. Total, not current health points. The armor class and the interior is 10 plus half the natural armor bonus with no modifiers from strength or dex. Yes, and it doesn't have to be in one in particular hit. Okay, so that's how it erupts out and does that. This is now when we're going to go ahead and roll for initiative. For you guys to see where things sit.
I really need to roll high here.
Give me 1 second. Let me set it. Okay, it is right there. Don't forget to highlight your minis first. If you guys can see your minis, so you're on that page. You are good.
Oh god, that's actually terrible. I think I die, Scott. I rolled a 1.
I mean, it is possible. I mean, maybe
I know I lose my action.
maybe chat's willing to help you.
I do. I lose my action, right?
I mean, oh, you rolled a natty 1?
Yeah, I lose my action.
Boy.
That's
Oh boy.
the dice gods have been cruel. That's yeah. I mean, can't do anything this turn.
So put this into a little bit of perspective for you guys. We have a little Tesla comes right here,
It's a fucking purple worm. Okay.
and the worm is put that in perspective. The worm is not medium sized. It's not large
It's
sized.
so small on screen.
It's not huge sized.
What CR is a purple
It's
worm?
gargantuan
Like,
sized.
is it 12 or 13?
12.
Yeah.
So it went.
Yeah.
That's what just transpired. Just so we're all on the same page here. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. I understand what a purple worm is.
I was showing chat. I
Oh
was
my
making sure I
god.
got to say. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna roll its initiative and maybe.
5% chance it loses its action. It doesn't lose its action.
Anybody gonna modify their rolls?
Does it? I'm gonna luck mine, I guess.
Oh, go ahead. I mean, you still lose your action, but you at least have your
No, but
move.
now I'll
your...
go first. My next time I go.
Gotcha. Varix, do you want to luck yours?
He already did.
I already did.
Oh, you did to get you 2 of 10?
Yep.
Chat, do I daddy's dice this to be mean?
Scott, you're already
Okay.
mean enough by like letting an event give a CR12 creature, okay?
I mean, to be fair, there were safeguards. There were guardrails. There were warnings. There was nice people and stuff.
Yeah. But oh wow, okay, Scott. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can do anything this turn because there's no way I can escape it. I can't attack on a swift. I can't. I mean, I'm gonna take some crushing damage. Maybe it's not a lot, but I imagine it's a lot.
So Nick. Oh, what the? Oh, that's potential. Okay. Nick, what are you going to? And feel free, please, to take a minute. What are you going to do with your turn?
So can you just paint the scene for me one more time, just so I can...
Absolutely. You guys are inside a large cavern that you had found your way by going down to the bottom of the mines and finding an area that was kind of like opened up into. There's still veins of ore that come through this cavern, which is one of the reasons why they were searching through it. As you were searching through the cavern with many stalactites and stalagmites, you found a large pile of dung, which you didn't know at the time, with mushrooms feasting off of it. After killing the mushrooms, you guys are still inside a room littered with mushroom bodies on the floor, still some spore clouds lingering just a little bit, but sparsely throughout the room. And a large dung pile nearby you were recently investigating. All of a sudden, the ground erupted from beneath you. You felt the tremors. The ground erupted with a gargantuan-sized worm coming up out of the ground, arcing, just barely brushing the ceiling and breaking some stalactites, breaking them up from the ceiling, kind of like stone clattering around you, and drops down directly on top of poor Tessel, who's trying to run and dive out of the way. And it literally just kind of like bites into him and then starts dropping down. So it's still like a big arc right now in the ground as it's trying to drop beneath ground. But it's not beneath ground yet. It's still right there in front of you. Go ahead.
Okay. Shit. Probably just I'm gonna have to charge. I'm gonna have to charge and try to pin it while it's going down to keep it from sliding all the way down. Maybe that sounds like a low wisdom thing to do. I have low wisdom, so.
Low wisdom party, baby.
Yep, give me that solid 10.
I respect it.
I think that's probably a good. I don't see any other way to go about that.
So we do have
Okay. I know what I guess I can do. Oh, that's huge. Actually massive.
I can't find that other button. I think I have to add it from another game. You guys also got Pennis, which I'll add for a second. And then Nick and Cell each got a Winifred's, and Jake just got a Winifred's. All of you got a Winifred's just now.
Can we really even get a pen into the Arbiter since he's not really a god right now, right? Okay.
You know.
I'm
Don't be
joking.
douche. Don't be douche.
I'm joking. I really needed this because I can maybe survive.
Yeah.
You're fucked. So I'm just putting it out there.
If he rolls really low on crushing damage, but I don't know what the crushing damage of a purple worm is. So
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna charge it.
can you see
Full
the
on.
creature?
Yeah, I said it's still arcing itself above the ground. All right, I just made it. Boom. There's penance for you guys. Penance for you guys. So that's +1 to you, -1 to them. You also got some luck tossed your way too.
Okay.
We already
good.
had some, so there's nothing crazy there.
Penance.
Trying to see if there's like, I'm gonna do the full buff to my charge here. I think I got a bunch of stuff I can do with that.
All right. So, Nick, whenever you are ready.
Sorry, this requires me to read, which I broke my glasses this weekend.
No,
Chat,
you're
so,
perfectly fine. You take an extra minute.
am-
You had said that earlier that was going to happen.
Blind as
this-
shit.
Does the bonuses from penance and aid stack?
But yes, they do. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Aid technically does not stack with luck because it's a luck bonus.
Okay.
But
So I could
penance is not a luck bonus. It's a unnamed bonus, so it stacks with everything.
Okay. +1 to.
Nobody's going all in. Nobody's going to also throw Blessings of Roga in there too.
I mean,
No?
honestly, the guy, this is the time for Roga, I guess.
Yeah, I'm surprised everybody went all the other ones, not Blessings of Roga.
Well, the martyr one makes sense to help me not die. Love your chat. +1 to attack bonus. +1 to damage as well.
I know. I wish these were a lot easier to modify with all the random buffs I can add on there.
You can put them in the buff section. That's what I'm doing right now.
I should probably do that at some point.
Oh boy. So holy shit! I just want to be clear. All of those things that I've said to you were done by Xylamos.
Xylamos, you're a G.
That was all of Xylamos's daddies.
Oh my god, Xylamos.
As somebody said, blew
Just
your whole
don't
wad.
die. Damn, just don't die. LOL. I'll try not to die as Xylamos.
Wow.
I can't promise anything. +1 to.
Naren is just taking a moment to make sure he has everything understood before he full on attacks.
Oop, there we go.
Oh,
What's
God.
that? Oh, you're adding buffs to your character. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just screwing it up. We'll see if it actually affects it.
Do you know how to do it,
Nope.
Nick? Okay. It's not as you may expect. It's a bit weird.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
a-
not
it's a
going to mess
markdown.
around with it.
Nick, it's a markdown.
I'm not going to mess with it until I got to add +1 attack, +1 damage. And Jake, if you actually charge this time, you get to add +3 attack, +3 damage. So let's roll that attack then and get this over with. Nat 20.
That was the time to get a nat 20. Did that hit?
A
Is that
25.
why
Does that include all of your modifiers, sir?
So it'd be a 26.
Because of your like charge stack and everything else that you have there?
Yeah.
Here's the important question. Are you comfortable with a 26?
It is gargantuan, right? So I feel like its AC should be low. What do we think?
It's gonna have massive natural armor bonuses. I'm guaranteeing it. I don't know how much it's gonna be, but it's gonna be like something insane.
All right, well, we'll not chance it.
All right, that's a 30. You definitely hit with a 30, sir.
All right. Now my puny damage.
Oh, did I
So-
include your +1 from aid and penance? Penance? Sorry.
Eight's only me, right?
Oh, yes, my apologies. Did that include your +1 from penance of the Arbiter?
No.
Okay, so that was actually a 31 then.
Nice.
Yeah.
Spirited charge. Does that work unmounted?
Spirited Charge only works mounted. I'm almost positive is the phrasing for it. I'm going to check it out for you right now. Spirited. This says, when mounted, is the
Oof.
first two words. Yep.
I'm gonna need a way around that at some point.
Summon Commatory. Actually, there's a spell that allows you to make your Commatory a little token that you can bring with you. And you can
Yeah,
make
If I can make my Commatory a Pokemon, I would be very happy.
But anyways, go ahead.
Because otherwise, I'm basically like a warrior with a fighter's HP.
Huh.
Yeah, well, sadly, we can't be hunters.
So you really
Sadness.
wanted that critical hit, huh?
Yeah.
So to be
Yeah,
clear, you got how much damage was that?
13.
13.
13 damage. Okay.
14. 14.
I love
Yeah.
Plus one
I love
attack,
it.
plus 1 damage. Yeah.
Okay, so 14 points of damage. Woohoo! That's awesome. That's a good start. Like, jokes aside, that's a good start. So after that, is there anything except the charge text as a full attack action? Is there anything else you can do?
I proc that, and then my swift action would be to share my my tactics with Jake. So if he wants to charge, he'll get a +3 attack, +3 damage.
Okay, Jake, sir. And unfortunately, it's not your turn as of right now. Yeah, you're behind, so it's actually the worm's turn. So, unless I'm mistaken, the damage happens on its turn. It
I assume
steals. Yep.
3d8 plus something, I imagine.
If a swallowed creature, blah, blah, blah. So format, swallow whole. So being swallowed causes the creature to take damage each round. The amount of damage is varies given on swallowed creature keeps the grapple condition while the creature is swallowing it does not. Swallowed creature can try to cut the way free. Okay, da. Awesome. So that just happens immediately on its turn. You're gonna take damage, right? So
Yep.
if a creature with a special attack begins to grapple, pin, if they succeed, the opponent takes back. That's otherwise noted. Okay. It says each round. It doesn't say on whose turn. I assume on
it's
mine
turn.
because that's when it started, right?
Yeah.
So
that's
it is
the
going to
assumption.
be woof amount of damage. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I'm waiting to see how many dice roll. I don't want to look at the numbers. I just want to see how much dice. God. 48? Oh, I'm dead. I might actually be unconscious. I will be dead next turn, though. I don't think I can stop that. How much damage? 33? I'm at 2 HP. And an aid probably won't save me next turn. This is the worst thing that could happen rolling a 1 on the initiative.
Excuse me. Is there something you want to cough do as a cough immediate action cough?
Yeah. My crown goes off, but
That's
Yeah.
means it takes damage.
yeah.
It's not piercing or slashing damage, but it does take 1d6 plus 8, I believe.
Yep, I have it here. 1d6 plus 9.
Oh, is that not cast level 9,
No,
not 8?
it's plus. Well, do you count? No, weapon damage. Okay, it's because I have it in the thing. Don't worry about it.
You're fine.
It's because of how buffs work. It doesn't.
Oh, I gotcha.
factor
That's fine. We
everything.
can mental math one away. That's fine.
There. That's the number. I just changed it, so it's fine.
Okay.
It takes 12 points of fire damage.
Awesome. But that does not count towards cutting it up.
No. Yeah, but we're not killing it within Jake's turn, so.
Hold on. All of a sudden, its stomach muscles start contracting inside of its body. As it like launches up and swallows you whole, all you see is a ton of rubble, dirt, ground, and whatnot gets swallowed up in there with you. You can see in darkness, which unfortunately means you can see everything that's happening around you. You're surrounded by the gravel and whatnot, and there's a moment at first when it's like throat in there, all of its insides are like opened up as wide as possible. It like releases all the tension in the muscles, where you're kind of in this cavernous area. We're like, oh god, oh, because like the pain of it just kind of like biting into you and whatnot, of it coming down. You feel it, and you're just kind of like looking around, seeing in the air. You're like, oh, I'm inside this thing. You're kind of like taking in the moment. You're like, how the hell am I gonna get? And then you just see the walls starting to collapse in on you. And it's scary as hell because immediately as it happens, instinctively, your crown's magic goes off and ignites your entire body with a line of fire that start burning the thing from the inside. And you can feel literally not just the muscles contracting around you and squeezing you in a way that's genuinely damaging. You feel your bones hurting, everything painful, to the point where you literally pass out from the pain. Right? Are you unconscious?
Nope. I'm 2 HP.
2 HP because of 10 health points.
Yeah, otherwise I'd be dead, I think. I would actually just be insta-dead. I'd be below my con.
Well, how much 10 HP did you get?
13.
Oh, yeah, would have died. Whoever gave that to you, so I almost legit saved his life.
Yeah, well, because my con is 12.
Yep. No, you're good. You're good.
I would have been at 1 HP, I think. Either way, it's not, or -9. Or
yeah, negative. So close enough that you would have died. Either way, so the thing starts crushing you, and not only is it the actual contracting muscles that are crushing you inside of this giant worm, but also the stone bits that are around you as well, being grind up against each other, against your body. It friggin' hurts. It's so painful. You scream out a yell of pain that nobody can hear, right? You're just being eaten alive by this thing. But the fire goes off around your body, and it completely catches the creature off guard. As it's burning from the inside, the creature was just digging down into the ground. You guys can see all of a sudden it pulls its entire body back up, and it starts twisting and moving in these strange ways. And Cell, you feel these contractions all around you as it gives birth to you. No, it literally projectile vomits you out of its body. As the muscles squeeze around and the top parts release to launch you from inside of its body with a bunch of rubble and whatnot around you. You are thrown across the room, a good, 10 feet or so away from it, hitting the ground, knocking you down and prone, but still conscious and thrown from its body. Fortune has favored you this day. The worm got indigestion from the burning of that fire.
I was hoping, that was my only hope when I've been planning for this, was that the fire would do something.
You worship Snaga so often, every day in your kingdom, that Snaga has smiled upon you with the forged metal crown that you wear each day.
It's,
Listen, look hard down the camera and praise Snaga.
Yes, thank you, Joey. The fortune favor was needed. Otherwise, that would have killed anyone. Okay, that would have been bad.
All right. So anyways, the worm's turn was dealing damage to you, and it loses its turn, vomiting you back up. So there's your fortune's favor. Let's move on. That was the worm's turn. Now it's Tesla's turn. You are prone.
I stand up and I start running out of the cavern.
Standing up is what? A move action?
It's half my move. It's a move action.
Yep. So you stand up.
And then I'm leaving real fast.
But not yet.
I use a key point. All right.
Hold on, but you use the immediate action this turn. That means you can't use a swift action, right?
No.
Immediate or swift. It's not 5e.
So the crown is immediate mental. So I guess so.
Yeah. So you stand up.
I stand up and I
stand there.
And I can use my action to move.
You don't have an action. You rolled an 91.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
All right, Varix, it's your turn, sir.
Thanks,
Free 5-foot step. There you go.
No, I can't because I stood up, right?
No. If you don't use your move action to move, you get a free 5-foot step.
I'll take a 5-foot step to balance myself against a slag.
It threw you 10 feet away from it, and its reach. What's the reach of a purple worm?
It's gargantuan. It's like a 20-foot. It's a 20-foot reach or some shit. It's a gargantuan creature.
But that does mean that you would be. Yeah, its reach is 15 feet. It vomited you 10 feet out, and you made a 5-foot step. You're at the edge of its reach now. That's good news. That means you can actually withdraw next turn if it doesn't move. Beforehand, you couldn't withdraw because it could just bite you on one of the other squares.
Yep.
That's good news. All right, cool. Jake, it's your turn, sir.
I'm not being greedy, Vid. Okay.
Well, with
that's right, Vid. You put him in his place.
I'm trying not to die.
Men always asking
Naren
for more.
is in contact with the he's in close to it, right?
Naren ran up to it and slashed it. But I think a pole arm, right? So he's 10 feet away from it. And the only reason why it didn't get an attack of opportunity against him was because it was actively throwing its body into the earth, into Aeroth.
Right. Well, I guess I'll attack it. Is it within my reach?
You could rush up to it, but it has pulled its head free, so it would get an attack of opportunity now, unless you have some way of stopping that from happening.
No, but how far away is it? Because I mean, we weren't that far from Tesla to begin with, and I have a 10-foot reach myself.
Yeah. So because of where its body came up and then dropped in, it then picked its head back up to where its base was, and its base was separated from Cell. So you have to run up to its base to attack it, because it's no longer like into the ground right next to you. It's up. Hey guys, it's Sako.
Vomited out, Cell, because now I have to deal with this.
So do you have a means of charging without provoking an attack of opportunity?
No. Okay. Not at all.
Run from combat. True.
I would have ran, but Nick is now in contact with it. So
Yeah, no, that's very fair.
I don't. Yeah, just run and leave my allies, especially when they're trying to help me. But
Oh, sorry, I'm not engaging
so
it too.
I guess
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Shade.
exactly. I need to know exactly how far away it is.
So from where you are right now, probably about 20 feet away, because it launched and 20
I feel
feet
like
away.
it's 15 feet away.
Give
I
it
feel
to
like
him.
it's
Why does
15
15
feet.
matter?
Give it to him.
I feel like it's 15.
Why does 15 matter?
It matters. I feel like it is 15. I had that feeling from the moment it grabbed hold of Tesla.
Shoot somebody in chat.
I think it's very reasonable.
Nobody's
Xylamos.
rolling yet. Shoot somebody in chat. Xylamos? Okay, Jake, are you ready for this? Xylamos is
No.
going to roll a D100. If you roll under Xylamos with your D100, it's 15 feet. So you better hope Xylamos rolls very high for you, sir.
Oh, that's so unlucky. It's Dilemmas.
Do you want Xylamos to roll first?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Xylamos? You rolled high. My friend. It's insane.
Just wait.
Guys.
I could have worse luck.
Xylamos
Okay,
is the winner today. I mean, I do Joey, FF, and all that stuff. Sure. But Xylamos went ham.
There
Absolutely
we go.
ham.
Thank you. Thank you, Xylamos.
Wow, look at
Appreciate
that. Okay, 15 feet away it is.
Thank you. I'm gonna 5-foot step, and I'll attack it.
5 foot step, so it's 10 feet away, and you're gonna attack from 10 feet away.
Yup.
Okay.
He's a big ass
Also
stuff.
could have acrobatics
I-
against a CMD, but you know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Varric's acrobatics.
okay, Scott.
Good one. Good one, buddy.
No, the gargantuan
I
creature.
will
Yeah.
blood rage as well.
Blood Rage is a free action. 5 foot step is a free
It
action.
free action.
Meaning you
Yes,
still have
it-
your full attack action. Sorry, your full round action if you can do anything with that.
Yes, I can. What is it that I'm looking for?
Xylamos sure doesn't have an H in it, so get fucked, okay?
So wait, how many free actions can I get?
Infinite free actions with
Oh,
very
sweet,
few,
I'm gonna-
with few limitations.
I'm gonna destined strike it as well.
What's Destined Strike
It gives me +3 to my attack mod.
as a free action?
Yes.
Okay, +3, and Nick also because you didn't charge. Nick,
Yeah.
you're not getting Nick's bonus, I don't believe,
I don't think so.
That's correct.
but you are getting +1 from Pennis.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me make sure
Okay.
this is in.
Speaking of Pennis, Nick, in my backyard there were a bunch of mushrooms
Mm.
growing. That when you see Brittany next, ask her to show you pictures. They were quite phallic. Apparently, the Latin name for it actually has the word phallus as the first name of the type of mushroom, because they didn't just look like penises. They like
Oh.
100%
Oh.
looked like penises across the board, everything that you're imagining.
Isn't your crit
they were
range
creepy.
18? You almost hit your crit. That's been so good.
Close.
There's no way for you to keen that weapon.
There is. It's just
No.
keen.
I
is
need a
an
keen.
enchantment.
I need a keen weapon. I need somebody to make me a keen falchion. Somebody.
It's gonna happen soon. Okay.
Too bad magic is so rare. Oh well. So so close to crit. All right, roll your damage there, sir, man, boy, sir. Ooh,
25.
Your fucking damage is insane, dude.
solid damage too.
I will Destined Strike again with the second.
What's
attack.
Destined Strike again? Is this how many times can you do this?
3 to attack. Three times.
Where does it come from?
It's a bloodline ability.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's right, which makes sense because of what you are, and yeah. Of course.
Imagine that I forgot about those abilities until last night. Yeah. All right, let's try and
Remember,
figure
they're in the
this
past, Tyler. This campaign where they currently are, your character still hasn't even met your party yet. Have a good one, Steve. So you didn't roll an attack roll, sir.
You did.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that was the attack roll?
So it's attack
Yeah,
number
it's a
2,
second
right?
attack. Yeah.
Oh,
you did
I'm
right.
sorry. Just because it wasn't the big number, that's where I got confused.
Yeah.
I get it. Did you roll a natty 1?
I did roll a 91.
Oh. Xylamos, why don't you go ahead and roll me a D100, please? This time,
Wait, it's high. Which
this time
one's bad?
roll low.
Okay. Did you add penance to the?
It doesn't
to the
matter.
Damage?
And that. Oh, did you add penance to the damage, or is it one more damage?
I didn't add it. It's 1 more damage.
So just one more. That's fine. It's hard to add those modifiers.
Oh, it's below 50.
That's middling. Middling's boring. Middling's very boring. You're on 91. And there was a chance of something bad happening, but nothing bad happened. So you're good.
Thank you.
Okay. Zalamos for the win again. Narin. Wait, so Jake, that was your 4-round action, was attacking twice. Free action, free action, free action, free action. You didn't. You did nothing with your swift. Do you have anything you can do with your swift action?
Do I have anything I can do with a Swift? No.
Does Aid of the Martyr stay after I lose temp HP?
Yes, it does until the end of the encounter.
Okay.
I'm gonna have you make me a fear check.
Yeah,
anyways.
I was actually gonna say it anyway on my turn.
on your
I'm gonna have to
turn,
roll. I'm gonna have to roll a fear save to see if I run away or not. It's funny. I was gonna say.
Dude, Xylamos Double Daddies accidentally went on for like 3 weeks. Like, I don't even know how that happened. I know how it happened. Me being tired and.
This is. I mean, if there was a time to use his Xylamos, I think this is the time to splurge it. So thank you. Otherwise, I literally would have been dead.
I'm happy that the DM for the campaign, for the very short campaign I'm about to join, I'm looking at my Discord. I have 20 personal messages from them, and then they also are the group chat. I got pinged once in there, so but I think there's other messages in there too. So there's at least 21 messages waiting for me. I'm like, thank you, instruction. Okay. And I got told I could use point buy without me even asking for it, which is awesome. So.
Yeah, well, your stats were really bad.
Wow. Asking for something really bad.
What the fuck, Steve? See, there's already enough chaos. It's a fucking purple worm. Is it its fucking wife now? Like, what the fuck?
Okay, to be clear, worms generally are what is it? I forget the word, gender dimorphic or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, they fit to whatever situation they need.
Yeah. Either way, Jake, is that the correct phrasing? Gender dimorphic? Or sex dimorphic?
Bimodal, maybe?
Yeah, whatever it is. I forget
I
the word.
don't know.
Jake,
I
anything
forget.
else or no?
Swift. No Swift. No.
Okay, Nick, bring me the pain, Nick. Can you do enough damage to convince this thing to stop attacking, or are you gonna say thanks, Varix, and run away?
That
Or is it
is
gonna munch
a
you?
great question.
Oh, and Jake, can you cast a spell as you rage, or is that not a thing that you can do?
11th level.
Oh, okay.
Hermaphrodite shares both. Worms are like, they're like, you know that one frog in Jurassic Park that they reference that can change its sex based upon environmental conditions? That's kind of what worms do, I think.
Yeah, if I remember correctly. Some are also asexually reproductive, so that they
True.
just split. But others are they can be male or female as needed. So
I guess the question is, can I step into flanking position with Jake?
I mean, technically speaking, that could happen, but I won't lie. You guys are approaching from the same angle, and it's gargantuan size, which means it's 4 what are they called? Squares
like-
wide. So
Yeah.
you guys, let's put this onto a map where chat can see as well. So if like Varix is 10 feet away, and what's his name? Narin is 10 feet away, and Cell is 15 feet away. You can imagine Cell got kind of like puked out. Let me look at where its hex ends. So Cell kind of got, that's, so 5, 10, and then ran 15 feet away, right? So he's just off the map. Let's move this thing over here a little bit. Just so, again, chat can kind of see it a little. So you would be, what, here, I think? That's 20 feet, so you'd be one closer, I believe.
And then Nick is 10 feet away.
So
Nick's
Nick would be here, and and Varix would be like here, right? So they're both 10 feet away. He's maybe one too far.
Oh, he's also large. If you make him larger, it'd make more sense.
So he is, to be clear, 1, 2, 3, yep, 4. So he's gargantuan sized. Yep. Gargantuan size is 4 pieces.
Right. I'm just looking up something real quick to see if Varix gets paired opportunist because of my
have to be
tactician
here.
feat.
Be here.
Make it Jake large, right? You're in large right now, Jake?
No, he's not.
Still? He's
Yeah,
in
yeah.
large. He
Oh, he
should
did get
have-
large.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was large from our last encounter, which was like.
Oh,
within
that's
the
right.
largest
He
box.
was.
That's why he can attack from 10 feet away. That's the wrong person.
Oh, ha. Still should turn him 90 degrees. Nick's taking a moment, sorry.
Yep. So we both get qualify for paired opportunist right now. So if attack of opportunities arise, we get +4 bonus on that as well. Just
So
to
you can
keep
try
that
to
in
make your way
mind.
around it. You move at half speed by making your correct CM B. By making
No.
acrobatics against a CM D. So you're certainly welcome to try. The penalty is, I think it still gets an attack of opportunity against you.
It's
Like
gonna
you
have
moving,
like.
attack of opportunity against you. What's
gonna
your
have, like,
acrobatics
a-
bonus?
+6.
No, it's gonna have like a 35 or something CMD, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I might be better off just trying to double swing at it. I'm just not confident the second
You
attack
could
being
also
worth it.
5-foot step too. You know what I mean?
Start working on it.
Standing
Mhm.
next to Varix might be safer though. It might be less likely, have a less ability to swallow you because you're two standing there, and Varix might be large enough to protect you from the swallowage.
I don't feel like that's a rule.
It's probably not, but I think it would make sense.
It's like I feel like instead of being like an hors d'oeuvre, you're just like, hey, here's a biggie size. You know, you just making it a combo meal.
Well, you have to be too larger to swallow something, so it could just swallow Varix.
I can just swallow Varix, yep. Varix is big enough to be gone.
Alrighty, so yeah, I'll 5-foot step away and start working on that, and then I'll do my
It's
attack actions.
That picture isn't the best representation for a picture, but that's because it's the free one. I didn't buy the one by Devin Knight. But I could buy it right now for $5.99. But I'm looking at all the other assets on here. I'm like, I don't really see me using these assets. Oh, that's a cool looking dryad. There's some mushrooms on here. Maybe, you know. What were you saying, sir?
I was going to use my challenge ability, but then I realized the archetype I used only works for my mount. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, all right. Let's just do it. I don't think I can do anything to lift myself up.
I believe in you, Nick.
I don't.
Does that 22 include the other one? Do you have 23 as well, or?
It's 23. I think I'm still going to have to luck it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, definitely like it.
24. If that doesn't hit, I imagine its AC is 25 or something.
Trying to see if there's anything.
Just double checking something. 1 second.
With your 5-foot step, we didn't get the flank though. You just had one step closer. Is that what it
He
is?
didn't even do the 5-foot step yet, but he's welcome to do the 5-foot step.
Yeah, no, I did the 5-foot step.
Okay, please move yourself for me.
Sure.
I guess your best path to flank is like walking like this to it, like here, right?
All right, cool. So you're gonna go that way.
Because
Gotcha.
He
Yeah.
needs to be like here to get the flank, right? Or here.
Yeah, I think here.
You have to have one of your. You have to just cross through the hex, or more or less is what it goes down to.
All right,
1
so
second.
next time you might be able to get it. Oh,
Does the
sorry.
24 hit? That's the magic. I don't think.
oh God.
I bought it.
This is so terrifying.
I bought it. I was like, screw it. I'll just buy it.
These are terrible creatures.
I know.
Yeah, so crossing is
So
a hex.
it's just a much better image, you know.
Would this
I
be
think
the
I kind of have
crossing?
to.
Would this cross
Kinda.
it? This hex here?
Kind of reminds me of an X.
Would this square be flanking from our end?
So if I actually do this for you guys, if I
Depending on
make a hold on 1 second, 1 foot circle that the PCs can see. Let's see how this looks. Oh, not circle. Sorry, 1 second. 1
Square.
foot square. Right.
Okay.
That you have to pass through that.
Okay, so once he's here.
Then you guys can do it. Right. That's how that works.
So next turn. If they're still fighting next turn.
And this is where it can once again, you gotta make sure PCs can see it. And this is where it can attack. That's 15 feet. Just so y'all are clear. Okay? But I'm gonna get rid of those images now because it's super ugly to look at.
Yeah. It's just good to know.
Yep. Cool. All right. Nick, you're gonna make your attacks now. So I had to buy the image. I was like, $6. I actually like Devon Knight. They're a great artist. Totally support them over on Roll20. Their artwork is consistently good. Like here. Like it's just consistently good. It's sexy. You know, I like it. All right. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
It is a good picture.
24 to hit.
So I'm sorry. So does that include the penance of the Arbiter?
If that gives a +1, then yes.
And that includes your Twitch chat pool of luck.
Yep. 24 is
Yes.
the total.
And you already added in all the other characteristics of your character. Everything else is on there that you could possibly add.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
it's
20
is it stunned because it just vomited?
No, it is not stunned.
We could hope.
It is not stunned. Unfortunately, a 24 does not hit.
All right,
So
I'm gonna roll
25.
for my second attack.
Yeah.
Do you want to use your Winifred's on it?
A Winifred's does give you a +5, and your second attack is a -5, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So use
But-
Winifred's and just re-roll your first attack. What are you saying, sir?
No, I'm suggesting it because if you can get it to not attack you this turn, that'd be really good because it could just swallow you and you could just die.
Yeah, that's true. I'll burn it.
So just roll your primary attack as it counters the secondary attack factor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you.
Oh God, that was you rolling a 10.
Yeah, that's not great.
He rolled trash.
No, just not high modifiers. Oh, huge.
So it's a 25 as is. I assume you're going to luck that just in case.
Yeah.
Just do it, Nick.
It's a good thing you use that Winnie, huh?
29.
All right. 29 is going to be a hit, sir.
Roll high, please, Nick.
Yeah, don't suck.
Max damage. You weird. Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
17 points of damage. Beautiful. Okay, the note from Lundane, who just gave this to you, says, "A worm is nothing to the Ashen Orc." I mean, I'm sorry. Like, that was. I hate to sound like messy, but poggers on that one.
That was poggers.
That was definitely poggers.
That
Thank
hurts
you.
me. Hurts me to say that phrase.
Poggy Champers.
Um,
It's at 14. So who does
hey,
it
it
attack?
took how much damage? 17 points of damage, Nick. Or is it 18 because of the whatchamacallit?
Yeah, 18.
Okay, thank you so much. Unfortunately, gentlemen, You have not hurt the worm enough to stop it from wanting to continue fighting.
Oh no.
So it is going to make its next attack. It sees something that is a little bit difficult to digest. So it is going to whip its head around, and it is going to attack Varix with its sting.
Oh god. Is it I didn't know purple worms had poison.
It's actually purple worm poison or venom or whatever is one of the most iconic things in D&D.
Oh my god. I forgot I had 25 to hit.
Derek, does it hit you?
I'm the only one capable of not getting hit by that.
Nope.
What's your AC?
I have an ability that raises my AC by 20 for 1 turn.
Merrick,
Oh
take
my
24 points of
God.
damage, please. And sir, please go ahead and roll for me a fortitude save.
I'd use your Winifred's. on that
Use your
fortitude
Winifred's.
save.
I don't know what their poison does, but I assume it's terrible.
It's actually really bad because if you fail your first save, it requires multiple saves consecutive to work.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
It's probably gonna do some like.
Go ahead and use
Super
your
con damage or
your
something.
go ahead and use your
I'm using it. All right.
Any of the bonuses you can add
attack
to
against
your
plus
fort?
5.
Get ready to start role playing your daughter, Jake.
She'd be a great warlord.
I have anything that I can help.
Should put daddy in his place.
Uh,
He's like,
Daddy
you will
got
call me
munched.
daddy. She's like I do everybody else.
Oh my god.
all
This
right.
is an encounter.
Fuck yeah.
Oh,
That's a good roll.
oh! I don't even
That's
know
a-
if you needed your Winifred's on that one. You just wasted it.
Well, you don't know what you're rolling, what your dice roll would be
I'm
to
just teasing.
afterwards.
I'm just teasing. So, you sir, do not take any of the damage. If you make your first save, it doesn't require the other ones to resist. If you fail the first save, it requires 3 consecutive saves.
What does it do?
Oh, I'm lucky then. I am very lucky.
Can you tell us what the poison does?
Nope, not right now. Tell you later. Maybe you can milk it. In the meanwhile,
We're not
Varix,
milking it.
that's
Yeah.
attack against you. The question is, can it full attack against you guys?
Does this thing count as what is this thing? Is this thing a full round action, or is it a part of its swallow action? Or I'm assuming swallow is a full round action, so it can bite and poison maybe. Or no, it bites and it swallows when it bites. 100% what it is.
I'm sorry.
I'm right.
Are you?
You know,
are you-
I'm just speaking out loud in fear. Okay.
Okay.
Rambling.
Unfortunately, its sting and its bite are 2 separate attacks, so it can still try to bite. So
Yeah.
while it's trying to sting Varix because he seemed hard to swallow, it is going to bite somebody else instead.
And probably not the dude it just spat out.
Yeah, you just gave it indigestion, but it can't come here and not get any food. Nick,
I wonder if my 17 AC is going to hold up.
Yeah. Just roll your d20, Scott, and see if you hit.
are you ready?
5% chance of failure. Yeah. There's no
The
bird.
Commodore is not here. It didn't come down with him. All right, so that's a hit, sir. First and foremost, I gotta roll the damage.
48, baby, plus 12.
Yep. Only 26. It's not bad.
I think we're all D10 HD classes. If we didn't have D10 hit dice.
Okay.
Almost half my remaining pool, so we're down to 31.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
And Nick, are you ready for my CMB?
5% chance
Oh.
of failure, baby.
I hope it enjoys the flaming stick it's about to swallow.
True. I don't think you could use it on the inside, though. It's too big.
It's grappling rules. The two-handed weapons do suck. Are you ready, sir?
Yep.
Oh, you see that emotional roller coaster right there? Oh my god!
It tickled the one. That was so unfair. It tickled it.
So the thing just goes, and attacks Nick and swallows him. Gulp. Okay,
Gulp.
that is the creature's full round action. So it does not move into the underground. It does not burrow away. Tesla, it's your turn. I
So
imagine you back the
I have
fluff
to make
up.
I have to make a fear save first.
That's right. That's going to be a will save. Don't forget, Aid of the Martyr gives you a +1, and Penance gives you a +1.
Yep, I have it all factored in. I'm using Charmed Life, so I add my Charisma bonus to it.
Shut up.
That's so fun. I'm gonna use the
Viking.
Winnies here because I really don't want to run away. So probably not gonna.
I would have used it for the next check.
The next check. There's 2 checks I have to make. I'm gonna use it on the next check. I guess.
That's it.
You know, I feel like Scott's trying to help me out in this case, unironically. Yeah, so +5 from Charisma, +1 from Aid of the Monitor, +1 from Penance.
Yep. So you get the +2 added on there. Yep. Unless you're using Charmed Life.
I have used Charmed Life. So.
You succeed with the 21.
Okay. Next check?
Yeah, whatever you do with your turn.
Oh. What? Okay. So I take
Sure,
a
we got
5 foot I take a 5-foot step back,
Okay.
so I'm out of its range.
For now, until it takes a 5-foot step forward. What?
If that's what it's doing. Wouldn't make a lot of sense, considering I'm still on fire. I'm gonna shoot it with my bow. I take a -4 because I don't have precise shot or whatever it's called to shoot into melee.
Actually, that's not entirely true because
Oh.
you don't have to shoot into melee. You can shoot over here. So you can
Okay.
shoot a hex and whatnot. That doesn't matter. He's not so close that he's a concern. He's engaged in melee through reach. So this is not a concern. This big
So-
gap here. You can shoot just over here.
I'm gonna Winifred's my second shot. So
Oh, so you have 2 primary shots. Okay.
yeah.
So you
I'm
don't have a
rolling
-4. It doesn't have a +AC.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Okay, cool.
I have +14, so it's not terrible.
It's not terrible. Go ahead, sir. Good luck.
I mean, I don't deal a whole lot of damage with my bow. Well, fuck. Hey, Joey, roll me a D100, I guess.
Really low roll for me, baby. Roll low. Bowstring's gonna snap.
Is low good or bad?
Low is bad.
Okay.
That bowstring
that's bad.
snaps. You draw the thing. Ping! Ah! Ah!
Well, I guess that's
And
my turn.
I'm sorry. Usually, when I have bowstring snap, I make them do 1 point of slashing damage.
You what? Okay.
Because
I
the
don't think I-
recoil, all that energy.
I would only complain if I was at 1 HP. I'm at 1 HP now. It doesn't make a difference between 2 and 1. Okay, that makes zero difference to anything.
Sorry.
Oh,
You get the
oh
plus-
boy.
If this creature
I
hits me, I'm
fucked
dead.
up.
I'm dead instantly if the creature hits me, so it doesn't really matter.
What you fuck up about it, Nick?
Huh.
My investments of I forget what they're called. I could have just used freedom of movement.
As a what action?
Yeah,
As a what
I don't
action?
know. I don't remember.
What's investments called?
I have vests of fleet something.
It's
I'm
from
so
that
good.
book. Vests. Vestments, you said?
Yeah, I'll either be using it.
Oh, it's the
Yeah, I'll
Fleet
definitely-
Hunter Regalia.
Yeah.
Because we all have those regalia sets.
It's the Fleet Regalia or something. Oh, Magic Item Compendium. Fleet Warriors Array.
Vest
Fleet
of freedom of
Warrior Array. Okay, so where is this? Where's this Fleet Warriors Array?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Oh, you already pulled up?
Yeah. You have what the vest of freedom of movement. Is that
Yeah.
what you have? So let's see. Vest of freedom of movement. When activated, a vest grants you freedom. It's a swift action to activate.
Swift action.
So you can do that right now on because you didn't use your swift
Awesome.
action last time, so you can do that now on your upcoming turn if you live.
And it lasts for 3 rounds, and you can use it 3 times per day.
There you go.
So there's all your information on that.
Whose turns up next?
It
Derek's.
is work.
Oh,
Yeah,
so Sel, what do you do with the rest of your turn since your arrow, your bow
I
broke?
assume that's my. I assume because I was using my full round action to shoot, that just affects my
I
full
mean-
round action.
Do you have a thrown weapon you can draw on?
No, I had a bow.
So natty ones have screwed you this session so far. Sorry, sir. Let's
I
keep
rolled
going.
2 of them. Oh my god, this has been terrible. Can I move still? I guess if it's not kind of my full round action.
No, because you're already free 5-foot moved, so you
That's-
can't do that with your move action. You can draw
Yeah.
a weapon as your move action.
I don't think I need to worry about drawing a weapon.
I guess that's your turn. Cool. Tesla, do me a favor. With freedom of movement, just double check the rules of freedom of movement and grappling. Okay. Derek's your turn.
I'm gonna try and attack it again.
Could you say it with a little more enthusiasm? Maybe it'd roll better if you did. You have a 25 currently, I believe.
No, I've got it. I've got it in. Let me.
Oh,
hold on.
do you have penance in there? Okay. You have 26, and that's all your modifiers.
That's it.
Ooh, 26 hits.
Yeah, it's AC's 25, I imagine.
Okay.
26 is the lowest you've hit it with so far, and you've missed with a 24. So
Yeah, he can escape with a freedom movement.
subject automatically succeeds any combat modifier checks and escape artist checks made to escape a grapple or pin. Perfect. 25 points of damage again. Ooh, boy, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, I'll attack it again now.
And are you also? Did you use your winnies yet? Yes, you did from the poison.
You did.
Yeah, I did.
I'm glad I didn't use it on my bow shot.
By
don't
the way,
have a
Tesh, Sel, why did you have that 5 in that green bubble there?
That's my panache that I used to keep track of it.
Gotcha.
At 3 now.
So, a whopping 15, huh?
Yeah.
And you have no ability that allows you to reroll? That's the end of that story, sir.
No, I don't.
All right, Naren. I imagine we know what you're doing for your swift action.
Yes. So I'll use the vestment. The question is now that I'm not grappled, but I am inside the worm,
You're not pinned either. Mm-hmm.
You can just hit it with your weapon.
but can it constrict me afterwards if I'm not grappled inside it?
Let me read some rules and digest them. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Let's see. It can attempt a new combat maneuver check as though it was attempted to pin a bite. If it succeeds, it swallows prey. The opponent takes a bite damage. And the opponent takes a bite damage. Unless otherwise noted, the opponent can be up to one size category smaller, and swallowing creature being swallowed causes the creature to take damage each round. It says being swallowed causes you to take damage each round. That's that. Being swallowed causes you to take damage each round. That's all it says. Does
Yeah,
not say it requires you to be pinned or grappled or anything like that.
I think that makes sense because you're swallowed, so it can still damage you, but its construction doesn't hamper your movement. It's a weird zone when we have to accept magic is weird and stuff like that, you know? It doesn't really function in reality.
All right. I guess I'm gonna walk out of the worm's mouth.
I want you to go ahead and do us a favor and describe this for us because you have freedom of movement, but I want you to describe how your character comes out.
Oh, geez. He's gonna come out. Remember Ghostbusters 2? During the slime when after it blows up and they all come out covered in slime.
Nice. By the way, you
but
would
no.
have been able to attack in there without any penalties.
I
Because
mean,
it's double check, even underwater and whatnot, you can attack without penalties. So if you chose that instead of walking out to just attack in there, you do so without penalties against its interior AC.
and you
Yeah,
can
but
escape.
then I'd get constricted and killed next round.
If you can't do at least 20 points of damage in this turn, then you are correct.
Ooh.
I would
gamble.
I'm thinking of if we're guessing its AC is 25, it doesn't get any dex bonus. I don't even know if it has dex bonus. It doesn't get its size bonus on the inside.
I feel like it should have a penalty to natural AC if I'm inside it.
It does. It does. It gets
it's
half
half.
its natural AC, so it's 10 plus half natural AC.
So its natural armor could be like
10.
10 on the outside, 5 on the inside, or something like that. Or Yeah, so it would be like a 15
15 plus.
is what I would bet on.
As
All right,
opposed
no
to
balls, no
25.
glory.
So you want to stay inside.
Full attack.
Full attack action, attack twice.
The
Oh
full
boy,
Monty.
Nick, this is badass. I won't lie. This is badass. Instead of just walking out, you're staying in and going. Oh, this is so cool. Okay.
That
It's
is my
that or
plan,
die.
so-
It's that or get eaten. This is no balls, no glory. This is gonna make his character seem so cool. Instead of like walking out, he like, oh come on. All right, let's do this.
Deal some damage. Roll your dice. Oh my god, luck it, Nick.
Okay,
luck
hold
it,
on.
Nick.
Does that include penance?
No, so that's a 15.
Luck it still, okay?
That's a
No point
15.
not to- just luck it.
Oh my god. And both
don't
dice
miss
are
the hit.
two. That's amazing.
Just don't even like pretend to like almost miss that, okay? Just hit it
Right.
completely.
Oh, wrong one. That's a burn.
You rolled.
That's the wrong roll. I'm gonna
Yeah.
roll damage.
The first one was the wrong roll. Hold up.
No,
Oh, the
first
second one was.
All's right.
Second one.
Yeah. All's
That's
good.
9. That's not good.
Hold on. I'm confused.
He rolled the 16 by accident.
Yeah, the 16 is a bad roll.
So
Hold
ignore
on.
it.
Are you assuming that an 18 hits?
Oh
It's an 18
yeah.
hit?
An 18 does not hit.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, that means it has like. That means it's natural. Wait, the inside is just natural armor plus 10, right? Or half natural armor plus 10.
Yes, sir.
Meaning it's a natural armor is a 20 at least.
So Nick, what's your
Natural
your
armor is
roll your
20.
roll your second attack for me, please, sir.
What?
Oh wow. Bye bye Naren. All right.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh. Okay, that hits.
So that's a
That's
22.
insane.
Do you want to luck that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll luck
Okay.
at this point.
Your 26 definitely hits in the inside.
Oh,
Roll your
God.
That's
damage.
insane, Nick. That is insane.
There's nothing I can't kill it. Or yeah.
What the fuck is its natural armor? It's 20 to 20.
It's a decent
So
one.
good. Oh my god,
That's not enough damage.
you did 16 points of damage. Oh my
You
god,
did-
it's
if you rolled-
if you had hit it the first time, that would have been enough for your 2 natty 2s. Oh my god.
He
Well,
doesn't
you
instantly die, right?
I don't know. I don't
No.
know what his health is.
The thing might retreat or whatever. If it does retreat, he can still cut out of it somewhere in the hole, right?
He takes 7. Did the creature takes 17 points of damage?
I did 16. I'm sorry. I'll take one more.
One more because of the.
Yep. No, I
the
gotcha. I gotcha.
penance.
Alright.
How
And
much
now
damage
the-
have we done to this creature so far?
A lot.
Because I've done 50.
A lot
It's
of
gonna have
damage.
like
has gone to
it's,
this
again.
creature
It's
so
gonna have
far.
like 200 HP.
Hmm.
Probably done like near half of it.
I mean, Nick might be able to survive one more attack. And he's going to have to find that out right now because it's the beginning of his turn.
48.
Oh, Nick, do you
48
also
plus
free
12.
5-foot step up its mouth? Doesn't quite get you out, but, gets you close. Gets you close.
God.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. I'm glad you did that. All right.
Can't
You're
believe
going to
that.
take...
Dude, what? The natural
I
armor.
won't lie.
causing-
I honestly thought you were going to have a pretty badass moment right there.
The natural armor being above 20 is insane.
Oh, God. Before I click go, I will remind chat, Nick is the only one that hasn't received the aid of the martyr yet.
Please
See if
give
it
it to him,
applies.
chat.
I'm
Please.
pressing in 5, 4,
Wait. You gotta give
Three,
the delay. You gotta give the delay.
2,
You gotta give
one.
the delay. They haven't even heard
delay,
it
You have to give the
delay,
delay,
one,
delay.
and go.
Delay.
It went! It came through from Viking! Viking did it! Oh, my throat hurts. And Sir Keeking. So I'll refund Keekins.
Oh my god.
Oh,
my God, I hurt my
Viking, you
throat
do
on that.
love me.
I hurt my throat on that one.
one. We had to factor in the Twitch delay, Scott, you know? Oh my god, you've been rolling so high on these.
Oh, God.
Oh boy.
Okay, so Nick, you only took 10 points of damage off your actual health.
Oh.
Because it instantly ate that 13.
Can you still get Keekins for the temp HP?
No. I'm going to refund that one. Actually, I don't know. Keegan, do you want to give yours as temp HP or do you want it refunded? It's your choice. The other benefits don't stack. It's just the HP part, which does.
The
And I
HP
will
is
allow that
kinda-
to go again. So it's up to Keegan. All right. In the meanwhile, it just does that damage. That was all it did, was just does that damage. Okay.
That's construction damage as it's digesting it.
Oh, thank you, Keegan.
Oh my god. That's crazy. All right, so anyways, it's the creature's turn again. And Varix. Hi.
It's trying to sting him again?
Go away.
I'll get it.
Please leave.
I'm gonna
Please
sting
leave.
you again.
Go away.
Please leave.
What did you say after I do my damage?
It's not one of those, I'm immune to it for a little while.
No.
Are you down? How much HP do you have?
Wait, did you attack me twice?
I did. No. That was the damage.
Yeah.
That 25 is the damage. Not the chance to hit.
His chance to hit is just a 25.
So what,
Did
I
you
have to make a
forget?
fortitude save, do I?
Yep.
Oh my god. Imagine Tesso's just the only one that walks out of this, like just fucking 1 HP stumbling out of mines.
I hope the mushroom people get you on the way.
There was a moment you guys could have gotten away, but then it turned.
I don't know if I want to make it.
Yeah, make the check, Jake.
I don't know.
Is this just the end of Warmonger? We just go on the other side of Kajinxi and start over?
This would help if it was an ability check, but it's an ability save, right?
You get +1 from penance. And yeah. So that's it. That's all you get.
If I have to re-roll, I'm going to re-roll as the red mongrel. I'm just, just to ease that transition.
This doesn't count. This doesn't count as a supernatural ability, does it?
No. It's a natural
It's a
ability
natural
to swallow
poison.
you.
No, this is the poison, okay?
Either way.
This is the poison, right?
Is it gonna try to, it's probably gonna try to swallow you too, I imagine. Or it might just fuck off. It might just leave. Wait for you to die.
All right. Well, I have nothing else to add to it before I roll. So it's a +1 for what? Sorry.
Penance, and that's it.
A good thing you have good luck.
Nice, Viking.
Luck it.
So that's an 18, or does that include it?
Oh god, it's gonna be like a Fortitude DC 24 or something.
That includes it.
Okay.
I'm betting the DC is like 24 or something insane. It's just not gonna matter.
Can you pick somebody in chat, please, Jake?
Oh god, what does it do? Are you paralyzed?
Chat. Pick somebody in chat, please, Jake. I don't know what that is.
I used an ability. I get 1 in D6 in a day.
Is he swallowed? Is that what happens? Is he paralyzed?
Can you pick somebody in chat? Ooh, that's a good prediction. Fill out that prediction while he's doing this.
So between Naren and Jake?
We'll go just
no. Just does a PC die? Yes or no?
How is it? Exclamation point prediction?
Yeah. No. Slash prediction. It should. I start autofilling for you afterwards. Jake, who are you choosing?
Just said Joey.
Oh, Joey. D4, please, Joey. Joey, there is no commatory here. It didn't come.
So will a PC die?
Jake, take 2 points of strength damage.
Oh, okay. That's way. Are we? Anything else?
Okay.
For now, it's 2 points of strength damage.
That's how it's saved. Nabu, not my comment. It's not Nabu anymore. My commentary knows I'm in trouble, so it charges in to save me.
So that was its first attack. Jake, did you take that 25 points of damage, sir?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay,
Give me time. I'm trying to sort out the strength damage. Okay.
It's for a minute, boys. So vote quick. Yes or no?
You should did a multi-minute one. All right, so Jake, I can either choose to run away because I'm injured with a belly full of yums, or I can choose to double down and eat some more before I go.
Yeah, but you wouldn't. You've got one climbing out of its throat, all right?
Don't
give me this shit.
I would probably say roll like some check for the creature.
roll some check for the creature to see if it would stay and eat some more, if it would just go away happy with the meal that it has?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose I could just free 5-foot step and get an easy meal.
Yeah, but I think the creature personally would be revulsed from what that situation is. Animals don't normally. It's something. If it doesn't like something, it doesn't normally try to eat it again. Okay.
You obviously haven't owned a dog.
I do own a dog. Okay, and dogs are a special breed of stupid.
Okay, I will leave it to a dice roll. It is actually pretty darn injured, so I will say there is a chance that it'll stay. There is a 20% chance it'll stay for food, and an 80% chance it would leave with a full belly and be happy. Jake, the question is, who do you want to roll and sell? Nick, sorry. Choose for me the 20 numbers on a D100 that it would stay for.
Let's go with 0 to 10, and then 60 to 65, and 70 to 75.
Okay. It's scattered a bit. Jake, who's rolling?
True blue. You have to do true blue.
Yeah. Viking.
He has never screwed you over. Viking has never screwed you over on these things.
Viking, you got to do it, dude.
He's like, no, don't do it.
Is that
He
in the
has
range?
never screwed you over.
Okay, that's good.
Its move action, Jake, does two things. It dives underground, burrowing through the ground, and provokes an attack of opportunity doing so.
Okay, give me 1 second.
1.
Oh, hang on.
Can
I'm
you
a-
free Nick?
Give me my health. Hang on.
If he gets an attack of opportunity, so do I.
You're
Paired
in the
opportunist.
It's what? Bloop that in chat, please.
Wait,
What?
wait, what?
Yeah,
What?
give me a second.
Wait, what the fuck?
I took this so I could tag team with my Kamatori, but it's going to turn out to be
Wait a second. It stays and it fights instead.
Tag team it, dude. What the hell?
We have to.
I mean, I intended to make it run, and then Cell's like, oh no. So I was like, yeah, I'll make a chance it stays.
Well, I think
It's
it's
definitely
reasonable.
running.
The creature stung this big guy in front of him twice. You know what I mean?
Hold on 1 second, Keegan. I have to read the rules.
It's a teamwork feat, right?
Yeah, I don't know why you
Yep.
start blooping it. Can it not be blooped?
yeah. Because I didn't bloop the description.
Oh, you wrote it on there, but you didn't write the actual. Gotcha. You have to
I'm
copy and
reading
paste
it.
actual rules on there.
You're not adjacent to him.
Whenever you are adjacent to an ally who also has this feat, you are not adjacent. Ha! You don't get it.
That's lame. I think we're pretty goddamn adjacent. There's some stomach lining between us.
Huh.
No, well, he's 10 feet away from the worm.
That's not counting reach.
Yeah, but you
Alright,
don't
I'll
count
attempt to
reach
attack
when
it.
you're adjacent.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I have nothing to.
Lame.
I think it's cool.
Hit it.
I would probably let it happen for this singular moment,
No.
but you can like it.
Is that a
Wait,
24 or
no,
23?
24. Oh God.
Or 25?
Save luck for Nick. Maybe he might need it more.
No, it's a 23.
Okay, you have everything factored in. Cool. Go ahead and roll luck.
Geek in my class lets me share that feat.
Wait, do you have penance in there?
I do, but I don't know what its AC is, but it does have 1 less AC than what it usually has.
Why does it want to have one
I
less?
think, right? Isn't that what penance does? Reduces its AC.
It
by
reduces
1?
its chance to hit and damage and all
It
that.
saves. All right.
Does that mean that means you got to reroll your damage and hits earlier? You didn't factor it in.
Shut up, you.
No, wait. This is the rules.
You guys can remove 1 point of damage for each time I hit you.
What? This is cheating.
What if I rolled
Okay?
way harder?
5% chance of miss, 5% chance of hitting harder.
So, are you sure you added penance and everything in there?
Yeah.
It looks like you do.
Yeah.
He has
It's in
14 plus 1.
So you got a 24 total chance to hit?
Yeah. Don't seem to have anything else either. Nope. That's it.
Then, sir, you miss.
Oh wait, I gained some HP back then. I'm not at 1, I'm at 3.
Okay, it slides away underground, literally burrowing through the ground itself. The rubble and whatnot kind of closing up the hole behind it as it goes. So you can't even chase after without moving a considerable amount of, like, several tons of rubble. Tesla, it's your turn.
Wait, it attacked me and moved. Hey, that's what happened. Yeah. All right. What's its move?
Its burrowing speed is 20 feet.
How big is it?
Its length, which it's not fully out of ground, is... Doesn't say here. Gargantuan, huh?
How long are purple?
I'll let him read it.
orbs?
Cool. In the meanwhile, make
80
sure it's
feet long.
make sure it's Pathfinder, but 80 feet long. So either way,
Yeah. Oh, that's Forgotten Realms. Same thing though, right?
yeah, it should be the same thing.
Yeah.
As long as it's not
So,
5e.
60 to 80 feet long.
Okay.
Meaning, hey, it should still have some tail above ground, right?
No, because it wasn't fully above ground, so it just kind of burrows stuff down. All right, Nick.
I know.
Sorry, Tesla, it's your turn. What do you do?
I'm just kind of, with my weapon out, I'm just kind of like
Could have
standing.
fucking hit it. I could have hit it. I'm just saying, I fucking could have hit it. Continue.
Why?
But
Well,
sadly,
I can't
you
go back.
couldn't roll double
I can't go
digits.
back.
Because you have done.
I could have swift actioned.
And done what?
Drank a bull strength potion.
You should have let him do it. You should let him do it.
Because it would have been a +2 to your strength. That's
Yep.
funny.
Will you let it
That's
happen,
funny.
Scott? Will you let it happen, Scott?
Tesla, what do you do for your turn?
I imagine this is a moment of like complete shock. So I'm kind of just standing there, like, again, defensive, just like, what the fuck just happened?
We
With the
can
fire
still
stick.
see side of it, right?
No, it covered the top.
The whole thing disappeared.
Yeah. It never completely came out.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
So I just look at like Varix and around, like I'm like prepared to dodge, and I'm just like in complete like confusion, like what the fuck just happened? This is like over like half a minute, right? I got swallowed, got thrown up, you fought things, bow broke, like Nick got swallowed, it's gone. Like what the fuck just happened? This is absurd. So I'm kind of staring in befuddlement. Because yeah, this is a lot to process over 30 seconds. Are you out of initiative?
No. So you just stand there processing.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm in defensive.
Daelric, what do you do?
I walk over to the hole that it went down and see if I can if it's, still fleeing and I can get one last stab in.
The rubble collapses as they goes under the
Rubble
hole. Rubble
collapses
collapses, yeah.
I mean, Varric starts throwing rubble off the hole.
Okay, maybe a strength check or athletics check. If that exists, I don't think it does, so strength check.
No, it doesn't. Just strength, yeah. Happy birthday, Nick! Nick's not dead yet. He can escape into a tunnel.
You do a pretty good job of starting to throw away the initial collapsed rubble. One of the things that you notice underneath is that even though this thing can burrow pretty easily through this kind of like hardened rock, this actual rock that's here, it's not like it doesn't leave a tunnel behind it. It's just that as it goes in like this, it causes a lot of the rubble that's loose around the edge to collapse inwards. You're already starting to notice if you dig enough, if you dig hard enough, you can definitely unveil the tunnel that's left behind by this creature. The tunnels aren't the perfect circumference of this creature, right? Its whole like body size, because it does like rough through the area, so a bunch of stone falls through. But with enough effort, you'll actually be able to unveil a tunnel of some amount of size that you might even be able to clean walk through, if not walk crouched or crawl through, right? But you actually are doing a pretty damn good job of clearing this out. It is not completely cleared out yet. Nick, you still have freedom of movement. You're still inside this thing. Last round, I think you did 16 or so damage to it with your thing. You realize that your attempts to get out were for naught, and that things are getting really rough. What are you gonna do, sir?
You have to hit it, right?
Yeah, I don't imagine
Running out of its mouth will help you.
Yeah, especially if it's moving down, right? I'm just gonna. I would
You're just
not
gonna
be.
get swallowed again.
You would not know where it's going. You would not have a sense of direction inside of a crushing worm.
Well, I'd be able to tell that it's moving, right?
Not really, because it
I
was
mean,
already
it's a
moving
worm's
before
body.
attacking and whatnot.
No,
You're inside the
wait.
stomach.
Well, he knows. It's because remember, it's like swallowing shit when it's going, right?
No, you close its mouth.
Okay. Well, I feel like the hearing of as it burrows is probably enough information for him to figure out.
I mean, there's
Oh, it
already
doesn't
collapsing stones and whatnot around him as the stomach is yeah. I would say you would
It
have
doesn't
no
matter.
idea.
I'm not making rational decisions right now. I'm in the middle of the guts of a giant worm. I'm just gonna be flipping out, stabbing stuff until I die. So
That's a very Naren thing to do. Oh wait, you are blind. Does that mean he's attacking at -4?
Second
It's your turn.
why am I blind? I have a flaming stick with me.
Oh, true.
No flaming stick.
I love your flaming stick.
So, attack.
So does your mom. I couldn't. I had to.
Oh my god. You're such a. Oh my god. I cannot believe you've done this. Oh my god, no! This is 3 net ones! Oh my
I
god.
lose my flaming stick.
Wait, this is 4 net ones! The session's been 2 hours and we got like 4! Oh my god.
Drop your stick. You have to attack him with a dagger.
I have a dog slicer.
Roll. Someone in chat has to roll. 69.
Somehow I feel like this is Snaga's fault, so you roll for it, Snaga.
No, this is Anno's fault, okay?
Oh. Goddamn Anno.
LD, you win this encounter. You win this encounter, sir. All right. Well, Nick, who do you want to roll that D100 for you, sir?
Snaga can take it.
Low is bad.
How much XP do I get?
Oh.
Nobody wants responsibility this session. It's middling, and I would normally say the collapse in the stomach and all this stuff, it takes it away, but you have freedom of movement. So in middling, nothing bad happens. Your freedom of movement, you're able to keep it in your hand.
You have to crit this hit.
Had he rolled 9 less, I would have taken your weapon from you.
Crit. Roll that 20, 2 of them, and then roll a third. Insta kill the creature.
All right, Nick.
This is your hope, Nick.
Nick, don't
Insta
roll
kill it.
trash.
Oh my god, Nick. That's the second one. Dude, it's not like you can't, Nick. What are you supposed to do? We rolled like 5 now. How many net ones? I rolled 2. You rolled 3 of them, Nick. Jake's rolled 1. Like, what are you supposed to do if we just keep rolling ones?
Oh man, fatality.
Like we could have like been fine in this encounter if we rolled above average. But
Average.
that's it, dude. I don't know. Just oh god.
I think
so bad.
I can survive 1 round. I can survive 1 round of being crushed.
That if it rolls max damage, you just die. I think, or you're unconscious.
That's cool.
Who wants to roll that D100 for you, sir?
Well, you want to just do your damage and see if it even matters?
I want to hear whether or not he still has his weapon.
1. How many nat ones?
Who's rolling it, Nick?
Viking.
Viking, low is bad. All right. True blue, baby. True blue. All right.
2,
All right. Nick, you ready for that damage?
Yep.
3,
You sure?
No.
Okay.
4. There's been 5 nat ones this session. It's been fantastic, guys. Okay, throw like average damage there.
So that gets rid of your other 13 temporary health points. Probably leaves you with somewhere around 10 health left. Maybe more.
How much
I'm not
HP
sure.
Nick, how much HP do you have?
Don't forget that 13 of that goes to your the temp HP that what's his face gave you.
Yeah, so that well, that got used last round, didn't it?
You got a second 13.
Well, yeah, but you got hit for more than 13 last round though.
But I technically got 26 temp HP last round, right? Or did I not do that right?
Hold on. No,
yeah,
well,
yeah, 26 HP. Yeah, you're 26.
yeah, so I think last time, so you had 31 health and you took
Yeah.
23, but 13 of that was temp HP. So that brought
But
you
I
to
got-
21 health. And then you got a
No.
second temp HP, so that 26 becomes 13.
Okay.
So you take only
That's
13 out of 21, I think leaves you at 8.
Oh my god, Nick.
Yeah. 8
You
health.
just, what's your con?
14.
Yep. If
It
I
has to
do
roll
22
minimum
damage, if I do 22 damage, he auto dies.
Yeah, it has to roll really low for you to not insta die, insta gib.
It is what it is.
Okay. It's the worm's
Yeah,
turn. The worm is just moving. It doesn't attack you or anything. It's just moving away.
Worm's
Just
gonna worm.
leave
It's
5
digesting.
foot step. 5 foot step.
Tesla, it's your turn.
Oh my fuck.
I walk over to Varix after seeing him get stung twice, and I hand him a potion, or I hand him a potion of lesser restoration. Drink this, Varix.
Varix grabs it, very quickly drinks it, and then throws the vial on the ground or wherever it smashes, and he just says, like he just yells at you, dig.
I try to help. I assist him in digging. So I have to roll a 10 to give him a +2 or whatever.
Sure. Yep. Let's do this.
I don't give him +2.
I was just gonna
I
allow
have-
it, but now watching you fail. So
Oh,
much
I
for
thought
fun.
I thought you had to roll to.
He's
get
just in
+2.
the way, like he's right in the path of where you like to throw the rocks. So I have to throw them extra hard to go over him or around him. And it's really frustrating. Okay.
Does Laceration help him with anything?
So Varix is doing his strength check. Oh yeah, Varix. Yeah, that's right. Strength save. You didn't do that last time or this time. I need a fortitude save from last time. I forgot about that.
Does the potion help him? Is my question.
I don't
Or
know
is
what the
this like-
potion is, but he didn't roll a fortitude save last round. So go ahead and roll that for me.
I think you forgot about it.
No,
so
no.
I will
This is
not
this is
roll
important.
that.
I'll roll it for you, buddy.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Let me tell you
Bruh.
something. Let me tell you something. All right. You wouldn't let me swift action drink that potion. All right. And now you're making me roll these fortitude saves that you forgot about.
Because your turn was over. This is a ping thing.
Nah. That is dodgy as.
These are fair. These are.
Dodgy.
I mean,
Nope.
Can I get LD to roll a D4? And now it's your turn again. Gotta roll a fortitude save. And what's this potion do?
it's lesser restoration.
restoration.
So it heals 1d4 temporary ability damage. So if this is permanent, it does nothing. But if this is temporary ability damage, it will heal him.
Give me 1 second to read it real quick. Dispels reducing 1d4 subject. Also eliminates fatigue. Improves ignition. Okay, so just fatigue. So I'll get to that in 1 second. So LD rolled you a 2, so it's 4 missing from your strength total. And then roll me this other fortitude save, Jake, and I'll answer that other question in a second. You made a save. Kudos. You do not take any more ability damage this round. Jake, do you or do you want somebody else to roll a d4?
You can chat can keep rolling. Doesn't bother me.
Pick somebody in chat. Probably Viking.
Yeah, whoever. I can't.
Or
see chat at
Vid.
the moment.
Vid, go ahead and roll a
Fuck.
d4. Vid, roll us a d4.
Yeah, it's a D4 ability damage recovered, which will, if it rolls a 4, you'll recover all of your ability damage.
Roll that 4, Vid. 2.
No, okay.
So you're still where you were a moment ago. Okay. Go ahead and roll me that strength check now, sir. You're only missing 2 strength currently.
Yeah, so -1. Oh god, this is terrible.
No, there is permanent ability. It's called ability drain. It's ability damage and
Yeah.
ability drain are 2 different things. Strength is an 18, sir. Can you modify that? Lucky.
No.
No?
Uh,
Why can't you luck
Do
it?
we have luck left?
well, you can try.
I'll try. Oh, there you go. Not take.
Okay, and skill checks. This is ability check though, so I'd say it applies to this though, because they wanted a skill check, but we just don't have a skill for it. So it's 20 total. Anyways, he's got that tunnel cleared out enough that somebody can make an acrobatics check to slip in there, or he can wait another round and he'd be able to just go in there normally. Okay. It's now Naren's turn. Now it's now Naren's potentially last turn ever. Naren.
Wait, let chat let chat give him some Winifred's, please, because he needs it. He needs to.
Stop. No. If you beg for it, you don't get it. You know the rules.
Look.
I'm asking.
Let me
for
make a impassioned speech on his behalf. All right.
He's trying to buy time. That ain't getting.
Okay. It was his birthday, right? So
And he has a gift waiting for him.
yeah,
Let
but
this be his
listen,
gift.
allow me to give him a gift, and for the first time, let me use my daddies to affect a game that I'm in, and give him a winner for it.
I can't break that rule. You know Tyler will abuse the shit out of that.
I
It
just
can
love
only happen on
how Joey
birthdays,
just
alright?
confidently stated that I can't roll 2 nat ones when I just did.
No, I didn't say you can't roll 2 nat ones. I said please don't roll 2 nat ones. Okay, and then you proceeded to do the opposite.
Nick, there are dice left in the pool. You're good. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's,
boy.
any new concepts?
You
Nick?
roll a
Maybe
third that
cleric
one
is-
in a row, you deserve to die. Okay?
There's a 7.
Okay, I can't see the roll, so it scared me.
Roll luck. You have to luck it.
Is that
Okay.
actually a 19? Do you have your other 2 modifiers in there?
I don't, so that's a 21.
Okay.
You're gonna look
Luck
at
it still. Who cares? Luck it. The point not to. Okay.
You hits with your 24.
I would hope. It's on the end time. Oh my god.
The stress eating is real.
This thing's AC is like a plus 22 or something.
14 points of damage, Nick.
You have
As
to
you
hit it again.
sink, was that 15? Sorry. As you sink your blade into this thing and start allowing the fire to sear through it, you finally clamber yourself over with your freedom of movement, your last round of freedom of movement, over to the area where it's over to the area where you had cut before, and you're able to sink your blade into it one more time, and just taking a quick step back and drawing it with all your might, sweeping like you would sweep a goddamn kitchen floor. You sweep the blade back, and you end up cutting open a huge gap, a gap big enough that you can make a choice: stay inside and continue to fight, or hold your nose and drop out.
Is that really
I'm
an
dropping
option?
out.
What the fuck choice is that?
Okay? And you drop out the side of it. Do you want the good news or the bad news?
What's the fall damage?
Well, the good news is I'm going to get an attack of opportunity.
That won't be happening. Good news is you remove yourself from inside of the worm. Bad news is you go to the outside of the worm, cutting yourself free, but along its very long body, pressed up between you and stone as it's worming its way along.
Oh god, how much crushing damage does he take?
So I'm still going to apply an amount, just a reduced amount of crushing damage from it doing
How much
this.
HP do you have, Nick?
I don't know how much he has, but I'm gonna do I'm gonna do half the crushing damage it would normally do. So instead of doing 4d8 plus 12, I'm gonna do 2d8 plus 4. Okay, so just under half.
Okay. That's a...
As its body is dragged along yours on its turn, because like that was your turn, your turn's over. There's nothing else you can do with your turn, right? No swift actions? Yeah, I didn't think so. So it's on its turn as it's moving away. This is what happens. Okay? Doesn't sting you or anything like that. Does 11 points of damage. I believe that brings you into the negatives.
No, I think he is. You're in negatives. Oh shit. Okay.
He's at -3.
I thought he was at 1. I thought he had 12 HP left. Oh no.
Tesla, go ahead and make a strength check to try to help Jake.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Or
everything I
you
can.
can make an acrobatics to just try to slip in. But I imagine your character would not be doing that right now.
No, I wouldn't be doing that. That'd
Yeah.
be absurd.
You don't help Jake. Strength check.
I'm trying. I have no strength mod. I'm sorry, Jake.
Oh, Jake,
Does it
fortitude save, fortitude save, fortitude save, fortitude save. This is number 5 for you. Can I get, I'll have somebody roll for you. Keegan, roll me a d4, please. You're welcome. And then Jake, I'm going to need a strength check in just 2 seconds.
Luckily, you can't die from temporary ability damage.
It depends on the temporary ability damage. 2, Jake. So you're back down to -4 total. And now roll me that strength save. Check. 17 plus 1 for penance is 18. Do you want to luck that?
Luck it.
To crest to 20 again?
Yeah, all right.
I mean, yeah.
You were able to clear out the tunnel that Tesla is easily able to run down there if he wants to. Again, at some point in time, might be crouching or whatever, but it's able to get down there. You as a large-sized person currently, though, will not be able to fit down there at the moment. The reason why I've been able to clear away this amount of boulders you have is because the size of your hands and the sheer carrying capacity of a person your size was able to move these things much more easily than a medium-sized person would be able to do, right? So, but Tesla would be able to slip down there if they want to on their turn. That was Varrix's turn. I will say that the worm is gone. It's not returning, at least for now. It is very hurt. I'll get to more details later on. But Naren, you're at negative how much? -3?
Correct.
So that means you have to make a Constitution check with a modifier equal to, I think it's a Constitution check, not a Fortitude save. I could be wrong. With
It's
a
con check.
with a modifier equal to the negative health points you have. So what's
It's
your
not a modifier
Constitution?
to your. It's not a modifier to your con score. It's a modifier to the roll.
Correct. So
which
what's
you
your
can't-
Constitution mod, Nick?
+2.
So
14.
you're rolling a 1d20 -1 against a DC 10.
DC 13 is also an easier way of saying it.
You could just also roll against DC 13. You can just click the con button if you'd like against DC 13.
That's probably easier.
Yeah.
Oh, good. So you won't bleed to death.
You are stable. And because you are stable, we will now drop initiative.
I look at Varrix. Do you have a potion? If he's out there, I can give it to him.
Yes, and he'll give you a cure light.
I nod, and I'm gonna make my way
how's
down.
how is the incline? Is it straight down and then like kind of bottoms out, or it's a slope?
So it's an extreme slope, like when you're sliding your ass down and it hurts on at first. And then, but don't worry, acrobatics check will make it fine. And then after that, you're going to, it's the slope kind of like you said, mellows out a bit.
How long is
Because it wants to run, like under the tunnels, it wants to like run under it, not like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Is it 50 feet or so?
50 feet? Oh, no, not that low. Not that low of a drop.
All right, I'm gonna tie.
What are you
some
asking, so
rope
sorry?
Off.
The
Just so you know.
drop, is it how long?
Not
is it? 'Cause we have
50
rope.
feet, not 50 feet or so. Again, that's the extreme slope distance, which is kind of like this. is probably like a good 20 feet-ish, that first move. Then after that, it, you know, curves out and goes like this. At some points, I will even rise up and go down or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I tie rope around myself. I have 50 feet
So
of rope.
you no longer have a sense of urgency if you're stopping and tying rope and stuff. Okay.
Well, because if I can't bring Nick's body up by myself,
Makes sense.
I need someone to help pull it up. So
You're
if
fine.
his body.
Yeah, I also have 50 feet of rope, which is why
Yeah,
I was
so-
tying rope off to like a giant rock or something, you know.
So I imagine, well, you could also just hold it
Yeah, I would just say you can't go down.
because
there
you're
with me.
large.
Yeah, I mean, I can dismiss that if I want, you know.
True,
but I
but
won't.
you're large size and you can also reach your arm in, which is an additional distance. Right.
Yeah.
So either way, so while he's tying off, are you tying it to a rock or are you not?
I'm tying the rope to myself.
Not you,
I'm handing it to. Okay.
Not right this second.
So then I imagine you're tying off his rope to your rope to extend it from a 50 and a 50 to a total of probably 95 feet. And then he's tying it around himself. So again, you probably lose like another good 10 feet of that. So it's an 85-foot long rope. Okay. And then if you reach your arm in the hole plus the length of that if you need to. So after you're done tying up the rope or whatever, I imagine he helps to lower you down there. That makes it so the climb check that you may need to make is a DC 5.
I don't need to make a climb check.
Why
I'm
not?
gonna be cool as hell. I have slow fall,
Oh, okay, cool.
so I just slide down slowly.
So as he's
or
finishing
60
tying
feet
off the
per
rope, you just jump. And
Yeah,
just
and I have
slow
my
fall
hand
doesn't
against the
actually
wall.
slow your movement. It just makes it so you fall at
60 feet per round.
Oh, hold up. You actually, oh, it is feather fall. Oh, that's cool.
That's what I meant, feather fall. So
Yeah,
I just
that's cool.
I put my foot and arm against the wall and I just slide down.
That's cool. Cool. And you just,
Yeah.
like you said, slide down like fucking, what's his name? Edward Elric with his arm against the stone. His alchemist arm against the stone, whatever. You know,
I
anyway,
didn't watch Full Metal.
I'm not in a blood rage
you should
anymore
slap
either, by
yourself
the
in
way.
the mouth right now.
It's on my list at some point, but I
It
just
should
haven't
be a
felt like
very fucking short list, and that's at the top of it, okay? Watch the OG and then watch Brotherhood because you'll appreciate both of them better if you do that.
it. Okay.
So-
So I jumped down there. Do I make it within the 85
my
feet or
God.
so of rope?
So you slide down there easily, no problem. And you start making your way along. You have dark vision that stretches out, and it only traveled like 3 rounds or so, and it started double moving. Granted, so when it was double moving, it can move 40 feet. So once you get to the length of the 85 feet of rope, and it's one of those things where you're kind of like nervous or whatever, making your way along there. Eventually, Varix, you feel it come to the edge of the rope, and as you realize that you're going to have to kind of like lie down and extend your arm to allow it to keep going just a little bit further, you hear Tesla call out that he sees him.
Yeah. Is he within rope reach or do I have to untie myself?
You get to the edge, and it's one of those things where you get to the edge, and all of a sudden you reach out to grab him, and he's just out of reach. And it's one of those fun little moments when you're trying to get that goddamn thing that rolled out underneath the couch, where Varix, you realize, yeah, just need a little bit more. And you can imagine Varix just kind of like full on leaning his whole shoulder and everything in there, his like face kind of pressed up against the dirt. This is a king, right? This is a warlord. This is a person who's lived as an orc, as a karak, a creature that dies young, has lived for like over 70 years, and his face is pressed against the ground as his arm is reached into its fullest extent, holding on to that rope with as little grip as possible to give you the reach to reach out and grab Naren by the forearm and the arm. And you start with all of your might, and there's very little to offer, start dragging him over into reach. So you start pulling him over to where you are. And one of the things that you notice is that even though Naren is unconscious and on the ground and he's lying there, with his other hand, he's white-knuckled, still gripping on to that flaming weapon that he has.
Naginata. I feed him a potion as soon as
It's
I
not
can
flaming
get,
at the moment, though. What's up?
As soon as I can get in a decent position, I'm gonna feed him the potion.
Yeah. So once you like grab him with all of your might over, and you kind of get him to the point where you kind of pull him back a bit, so that Naren's no longer, Varix is no longer face pressed against the ground and kind of like hoists himself up just like a little bit off the ground. That's what, you know, pop the lid and go over and just kind of like force feed it into his mouth. Some of it dribbling down the sides of his cheeks or whatever. Go ahead and roll the damage for me, the HP for me.
It's 1d8 plus 1, right?
If it's a basic one, then yes. And did I make a healing thing in here?
I don't think so.
I
You
did
don't
not. I
normally
can
get in
add.
combat.
I can add that.
I was just gonna have someone in chat roll a d8.
That's fine. But I'll add that for the future.
Hey, Steve. Roll me a d8, Steve.
Joey
Just roll
jumps
a
in and
two.
takes it.
I mean, God, I'm surprised that. Oh, I'm gonna end the prediction, I guess, right?
Ah, I know. Sadly, I tried there.
Who-
I legit
who's that,
tried. Like I put
Will
effort in.
PCA die? No, PC
I
will
put
not
effort in.
die.
By the way, Cell, if you want, there's a cure wounds option. If you want to click that.
Steve rolled. He rolled a 3, so
That's
Nick
fine.
recovers 4
Ju-
HP.
I'll click
Just
it just to
test it?
sample it. Yeah. Oh, if you want to, go ahead and test it.
Yeah. Cure wounds. Like. Well, mine would have been better.
It would have been.
PNG did not load.
Oh, really?
Is he conscious from the fall?
So he with
He is
3,
conscious.
so 4 health points, he wakes up with 1 HP, the same amount as you, sir.
No, I'm at 3, remember? Because I recovered some from my 2 attacks. Penance. We agreed on this. That's what you said to do.
Leaving Naren hanging.
No, but we're basically both on 1 HP. There's no difference between 1 and 3, okay? Effectively.
Go ahead, gentlemen, have your conversation.
You're a tough bastard, you know that.
That was a first.
Hi, and I think we can share in that. I've never been swallowed by a worm before. Or seen
Hear
a fucking
Varric
worm
yell
this big.
down the hole, hurry the fuck up. Because he's holding this rope, like...
No, it's not that bad, because I'm not like on the edge, we're like flat on the ground.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Oh, yeah,
He wants to
you're
GTFO.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
you'd
but-
still yell it anyway. Because he still has hold of the rope with tension.
Yeah, I guess I walk with Naren to the end, to the point.
Okay. You guys are able to get
Oh.
up, able to help him up to his feet, and you walk with him.
Yeah, what's with the poison with Jake?
Oh, what do you mean? What's with it? Oh, it's 1 more save, 6 saves total. Jake, give me 1 more save, sir. Did that also not load?
No,
Oh.
No, not you.
I'm saying the PNG didn't load.
I'm trying something. So you fail that save. Roll. Choose somebody to roll a d4 for me, sir.
I can't really see chat. My internet is really bad right
Oh,
now.
that's fine. Steve, go ahead and roll a d4 before you bounce out of here again.
God,
Weird that it's not doing the
that was close, boys. That was really close. Scott wanted some blood. It's been a while since he's killed anyone.
I haven't failed that hard in a while.
2.
That was
Jake,
really
take
bad.
another 2.
Okay.
2.
And can we kind of mostly
Wow.
hand wave it, right? Me and Nick can get up with Jake's help, right?
Probably.
Pretty easily.
Yep, he's able to easily hoist you guys up. I mean, he's still pretty freaking strong with his size. It really... Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There we go. Now it
That's
worked.
a little potion PNG. It's such a cute little PNG.
There you go.
Except
said to
the
clean it
glass
up.
is shattered.
Well, you know. I love that it doesn't show the health points right. It's just a little too big, so you have to like scroll down to see if it's even helpful.
All right. So we get up this incline. We get out of the hole with all 3 warlords practically dead.
Yep.
And I think
I'm alright.
how much HP do you
I'm
got?
not too bad. 30.
Oh. Yeah. Do you get DR from raging or whatever?
Yeah.
No.
I have a DR of 1 because I am a blood rager.
Either way. So cool. You guys climb back out of the hole, and the 3 of you are standing there. I imagine you exchange some words before you hightail it.
This is a problem I'll have to solve another day.
I hope your follower isn't in that pile of shit.
I look to it. I don't think Gorz is alive. I mean, if this worm got her, she's either lost in the ever expansive caverns or the worm ate her. We barely survived this fight. My Gorza is incapable of surviving this fight.
Aaron, it is good to see you back. I didn't expect Well, I'm glad you're back. Didn't much want to have to explain what happened to Clan Kushibashi.
It's appreciated. Fuck this place.
You know? I guess we all have our problems.
That's. I got a giant bird that might be able to eat this worm.
Let's leave before the worm comes back.
Before he realizes his dinner slipped out. At least I created my own hole.
It didn't very much like my fire.
Okay.
Bad indigestion.
Right. Well.
Yeah, let's eat the fuck out of here.
You guys,
I don't. Yeah, we just leave. I don't want to look at anything else. I'm fucking done.
and you guys start heading out, making your way back to the top of the cave. When you guys get out there, it's one of those things where the soldiers had arrived and everybody had arrived. I don't know who's supposed to be taking care of this as of right now, but I imagine it's was it Tictung is the marshal, right? Is he the, or is it Tark? think Tar-
Tictung's the marshal.
Is Tark the one that's good with mines?
No, Tark is he's the warden. He's the architect.
Oh, he's good at mines, right?
No, that's Tictung.
Okay, so Tictung, sorry.
Yeah, Tictung's the marshal and stuff. So yeah.
So Tictung is is going to be out there with soldiers and like look to you guys as he's like you can see he's frantically having a conversation with others and looks to you guys as you're come climbing out of the hole. Two of you looking worse for wear, literally looking you're on death's door, and the other one's still being very injured.
Bones.
Yeah, like very, very injured, right? And the other one's still looking pretty concerned for you. And as you guys come, climbing out, Tictung immediately makes the way over to you and says, "Well, Lord Tessel, I've only just arrived. I was told that you went in to investigate the situation."
Close the mine. We cannot mine on this end till we learn more. It's a giant fucking purple worm.
He shook his head and says, Warlord, the mine has been closed. We don't have anybody else mining in there right now. But I was about to start getting together the search party to find Gorza.
I don't think we can do anything for Gorza. If the worm found her, she's dead. And if not, she's lost in the caverns. With no way for us to find her. The worm, I looked to my warlords, nearly killed all three of us.
He nods.
Daelric at this point like lays down and he's just full like arms spread wide and he's just looking up at the sky.
Enjoying looking at the sky.
He looks to you, nodding, and he kind of takes a sidestep. It's one of those things, like one of those getting closer, stepping to the sides, draw your attention, like kind of like stepping away from where the soldiers are kind of nearby, and says, "Well, Lord, of course I'll do whatever it is that you ask. I would say, however, that perhaps not having the others hear of the decision in this manner, or Henry has done extremely well. I'm sure you haven't heard details, but to the west, while I don't think that good activity or great success should be punished with incredible danger, he might be able to find Gorza."
Warlord Tessel, it's not my place to teach you what to do with your clan, but we definitely grievously injured the worm today. If there's a time to search, it would be now.
I nod. I will arrange for it to happen. We'll send Henry in. He's a good man, and he's willing to fight any dangers head on. I've seen it. I've seen him. We'll send him in a search party. They will need your help, I believe. Tictung, you know caverns better than anyone else.
I intended to offer to go myself. It was I who pushed them to dig that deep. I have guilt in this matter. I
It's
fault.
not your
He says
fault.
I have fault in this matter.
After I recovered, I'll have to ask salamanders.
Well, Tictung, if you get swallowed by the worm, I cut a back door out.
You might want to write a will, friends.
He nods and says, I'll call to him. If you've injured it, as you said, we don't want to waste much time. I intend to start in the next day or so. Any longer, and it could just rest up and gather back whatever strength it had. It sounds as though it tried to eat you, but failed. Maybe it's going to be weak and hungry. There was nothing else down there for it to eat, was there? We cleared out all the miners.
There was some weird mushroom creatures that moved and fought. I don't know if they're hostile or not. We kind of just shot at them because there's a weird smog.
Then let's hope that it's a carnivore.
I'll have to ask Lenny about these things. Stay safe, Tick-Tongue. Please return. I cannot lose another one of my advisors and friends.
Thank you, Warlord. I will do exactly as you say. And also, Tesla, who's going down there with him?
Henry Flamebane.
Oh, you want Henry again? Okay, I didn't think that's what you said. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted him and Henry. I wanted him to help make the soldiers don't get lost in the mines, right? That'd be fucking terrible.
Mm-hmm. So you did meet Henry again. Gotcha. Cool. All right, and so we will arrange for that. Any more RP your characters want to have with one another as you're making your way back to your capital? And I can totally bring the overlay over to where you guys can see the map. You and chat. And while y'all is RPing, I'm going to go pee too. So while you are RPing, I RPing.
I guess on the walk back, at some point I bring up to my companions. I was going to share other information with you, but
Be right back.
I believe that will have to wait a bit. Next month, the 1st through the 4th, my clan has celebrations for my birthday and the clan's birth. I invite you two to join my clan's festivities. And I have important news to share as well.
Important news. Must we wait till your birthday to hear it then?
I'm a bit of a showman, so yes, it's not anything directly relevant to you, but it's important to me. It requires an appropriate setting, and now is not the time.
See, well, we will be there. Well, he says talking about Densha.
Bring any of your advisors that wish to come.
Will do. And Naren just wants to take a fucking bath.
Yeah, this is pretty terrible. If you guys our prediction was Scott fall asleep by the toilet. No, I'm not doing that prediction, okay? Do you wish to stay a night at Fenitaru to bathe and clean yourselves of the mines?
I don't think we'll stay the night. I need to get back to Clan Kuchibashi, but I will bathe. I think it's funny how it's a running joke that Scott falls asleep all the time. You know, the first time he actually hung out with his now wife, we were at a party and he legitimately fell asleep shitting on the toilet.
That's so good. Wait, are you serious?
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh, that one hasn't been shared yet.
No, I don't think so. That's good.
Yeah.
Was it you that had to wake him up?
No, I'm pretty sure she did.
Oh, nice.
It might. I gotta remind.
I mean, it worked out, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were very drunk, and it was like 3 a.m. and we were trying to go to this diner, and he legit fell asleep pooping.
I don't blame him. I mean, You're really tired. You're really tired. You know.
I think there's a time and a place.
Probably not on a date
Yeah,
or anything like
not the hole I want to lay down and die in,
that.
or at least wipe first. You know.
They give that courtesy flush, you know.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm trying to think if there's anything else we should talk about.
Varys will stay though. He needs to because as he tells you, the poison or something has weakened me. I have the strength of a 10-year-old.
We have temples, and I have those that can cast magic from the gods, but I don't know if they can help you because technically my temple's supposed to have like clerics and shit, but they don't.
I get a point or something. You get some points back from just like the night's rest.
Yeah, you gain like one, I think, per day, per night's rest. You gain back one temporary, or yeah, you gain back.
I don't know what it
temporary.
is. Is it one or is it more than one?
I think it's one, unless you're being treated by a doctor, I think, and then you can get like two per day. This won't be anything that matters.
Matters to me, so I'm the one that got stung.
Yeah, but by the next time we do anything, it'll be recovered. Scott, I have a question. Does my temple actually have a cleric in it?
I would say no, not yet. Why?
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
What's the concern?
I was wondering if they had
damage?
lesser. Yeah, I was wondering if they had lesser restoration.
It would only take him if he's doing heavy activity like adventuring, traveling, all that stuff. It would take him without any medicine checks or whatever they're called, heal checks. It would take him 1 day per ability damage to recover that. So how many ability damage do you have?
6.
I mean, it takes how many days even just to travel to his capital?
Like 2 or 3.
Is it that far?
36 to my capital, and then to Jake's it's 96 miles.
And what's the speed at which you guys travel?
Like 2 exits a day or something like that.
Yeah, because you ride on Commatory, right?
Yeah, actually we are. I forgot about that.
And Commatory speed when you guys are on it is what, 50 or 40?
Oh yeah, we're also on roads. At least they're on roads on the way back to Densho.
Right. So you guys probably get back to Densho in, not Densho, sorry, back to just your capital, just for safety. It'd be like you said, 36 miles. And let me just look up movement real quick, because I always forget this.
Oh, you'll get to meet Pete. We need to see Pete Varric's RP.
So when you have a speed of, let's see, on a horse, on a light horse, it's 40 miles a day, right? And that's kind of what they're considered, like a light or a heavy horse is about how fast they move, right? So you'd be able to get to your clan in 1 day. So that's assuming you don't stop and rest first before you go. So I imagine you would rest here where all this damage and shit took place. He would take a point, he would heal a point overnight, and then he would get there like the next night. He would arrive at your place while still missing 5, you know? But either way. So what's up?
Yeah, basically I just invited them to my clan on the 1st of January through like the 3rd or 4th because I'm gonna have festivities. It's my birthday and it's my clan's founding day. So mechanically I'm gonna have some like a religious festival, I think it was, or one of the festival edicts.
That's fine. But are you going to which is cool that you're doing the festival edict, by the way. Are you doing any anything else important with them in your clan before they leave and go elsewhere?
No, I don't think it's important unless Jake wants to talk to Varric's. I think we're just gonna stay a night and they're gonna get cleaned up and ready to continue moving.
Okay, so if they
actually, that's probably not what's gonna happen. We're probably gonna get told about the incident between our clans, me and Densho.
Yep, exactly. Because I have other stuff I got to do with you as well. But first things first. Nick, of course, your character is going to be there unless he chooses not to be. Like maybe he just says, "That's your problem, bye guys." But I'll get to that in 1 second. But Jake, assuming your character spends the night before traveling to his home, and then spend the night at his home before you start traveling home, just kind of bring your character at this point to -4 strength. Okay, and you guys also would have healed your level over 2 nights. So what level are you guys?
7.
So you guys would heal 14 health points at this point, where we're picking up an RP. Okay. So that being said, because nobody has any healing abilities, right?
No.
Cool.
Remember, we're not allowed to have magic except Jake.
That being said, so when you guys are there's other mundane abilities to heal too, like monks can do and whatnot. So that being said, when you arrive to the clan, it's one of those things where everybody's happy to see you. Like, Warlord, oh, it's nice to have you back. There's so much to tell you about, and they fill you in on all the details that you had heard about, that you know about from your actual turn in the kingdom building stuff, right? Which is like important stuff like what Henry Flamebringer did and all that other stuff, like the finer details that you as a PC already know your character's finally filled in on. But there is the matter of let me actually bring it to that room so you guys can see it. 1 sec. Let's bring it over to here. And your room is which one?
Top one.
Top right. So coming to this room right here. With your peeps. Pete's there? Yeah? Yeah, Pete's there. He hasn't come home yet.
No,
he hasn't come. Why is not? Oh, that's right. He went north. No, is he with you now?
Pete stays. Pete stays.
Pete is not in the council room.
Where is he?
Not in the council room.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, for other reasons.
I understand. Yeah, I get it
Definitely
now.
related.
I get it now. Cool. So, yeah, the everybody's there. Tixon is not there. Tixon's handling stuff. Arima, Ashai, Jorman, Tark, Talia, Lenny, Shada Naito. So Shada Naito would be there as well. But the person who'd be informing you of the situation would be Talia.
Okay, Talia.
Yep. Because actually, I imagine Shada Naito is actually handling other stuff too. He will not be there. He's handling other stuff.
A lot of shit going on.
There's a lot of stuff going on. So, and Lenny is not being borrowed by anybody. So, yeah, it'd be Atelia. So, Atelia would be informing you. Be like, Warlord, so nice of you to come home. We've missed you in your absence. Are the other two of you here or no?
We have no reason to be in. Oh, I don't have any reason to be in his council room. I was resting and leaving.
Okay.
Well, I was
important information too. That's fine. They'll be telling you before they leave. They're telling you. There's important information you might want to know about. Something that happened on the border. Perhaps
Which border?
The western one. Did you cross paths with Tiktung?
I did, but it was I probably have like a cast on or something. I imagine like I have broken bones after being crushed.
Yeah, and of course they would have already seen you last night and been like, "Oh my God, how are you?" And that could already filled in.
Yeah.
So, did you cross paths with Tiktung before he went into the caverns?
We did not speak much. We acted quickly to see if we could find Gorza while the worm was healing.
I'm certain that's convenient of it for it to have slipped his mind, and kind of giving like a bit of an upset look to that remark from Atelia. You'll actually see Jorman kind of like toss her a sharp look and says, "He's much on minds, lookings for Gorzas. Don't be bitch." and Atelia will kind of like chuckle to that one and say, "Well, it is his fault." And she looks back at you and says, "You know, everything in question." So out west, there was a bit of an incident that happens. Densho clan, they mouth breathed their way onto our land again.
Again? Last time they were provoked by the broken chain. What happened this time?
They decided that it was in the interest of Warlord Verix to have more farmland. So they tried to take ours.
Are they?
I did say mouth breathe.
And what was the outcome of this incursion?
Tictung led the counter assault and taught them a lesson by pushing far enough back into Densho's lands that we own Tensho's farms
Oh.
within a stone's throw of their capital, or close enough to it.
Oh.
Oh, it's
Deep
fun.
sighs.
Oh, it's fun.
I'll be back. And I leave and I go to barracks. I find barracks before he leaves.
Watches after you as you leave.
I don't even want to.
Some leader.
I just go and find barracks.
Mm-hmm. Varix, you're being bathed, preparing for your trip home. You're feeling weak and whatnot, so bathe me.
Yeah.
I knock on the door.
Only have an 18 strength.
Varix, when you're finished with your bath, we need to have a word.
I'm sure you've seen a naked man before. Speak.
I think it's in your best interest. You're fully clothed, my friends.
No, you might want to tell him while he's naked. You feel less vulnerable yourself, Tessel.
Okay.
I'll let you enjoy your bath. I'll be in a room. I'm in like my private quarters, like my private room in like the meeting temple, where it's just like the normal place where it's like a low table where you sit on like padded, like on a pillow or whatever, right? And drink teas. And a guard leads you there and lets you in as Tessel looks very concerned, sitting at a table.
Yes, Shadow Tessel. You wanted to speak with me before I leave.
Do you remember the incident several months ago when your people, inspired by the lies of the broken chain, attacked my border on the west? Our border.
Vaguely.
Well, they decided to attack again, it seems. In the intentions of claiming Densho farmlands.
They attacked you.
Yes.
Is this the army?
No, it seemed to be a band of, I guess, vagabonds or just more of the Kuruk from the barren lands sticking to the tribal rules of, conquest and of your neighbors and whatnot. They can't defend their land, they don't deserve it. And their assault failed. You remember Tictung?
Which one was that again?
He's the one that we passed on the way, the hobgoblin, the one that's leading the expedition into the mines. He was fed up with the Densho orcs attacking our border, so he led a counter assault to beat back your men. And at the moment, it seems we occupy a bit of your farms. I do not wish to keep this land, obviously.
He takes a drink, and then
yeah.
You can see his jaw is clenched.
That's why I wish to give you your moment of respite before this conversation. I will easily give you the land back. We have no problems with this.
He puts a hand up, and he says, "How far away is it from our capitals?"
It's the neighboring lands directly outside.
From
It's
both
on the
their
road.
capitals or just your capital?
Yeah, from both the capitals.
So from
How long does it take me to go there and go back?
Oh, so it would say it's 48 miles away from where you currently are, which is only 12 miles away from your actual capital.
I can go with you to send.
How many days?
Oh, I'm sorry. 48 miles is if you push
On a
hard,
road.
ride hard, you can do 1 day.
All right. Drake says,
You have to ride
"I will
hard, though."
return within a few days," and he just walks straight past you.
What do you say?
He says, "I will return in a few days, and we will deal with this matter."
He nods. I wanted to be
He
clear.
walks
The
on
land
your
is
way.
yours. After that stressful moment, Tessel returns to his council chambers.
Believing the council meeting had ended, pretty much everybody had left the council. You have left behind What is it? Rima and Ashai are just having a conversation.
Tell the council to convene tomorrow morning. As I go back and I take my own bath.
Okay. They will go to convene tomorrow morning. That evening, however, there will be someone looking to speak with you really quickly.
Oh God. Why? There's an event they have, right? That happens the moment I return.
Nick, were you heading straight home yourself?
I
I remember
was.
you spent the one night and then you started heading straight home, of course. Can you just
Yep.
calculate how long it would take to get there? Because I don't know if you move quicker than they do.
I do.
Just look up Pathfinder movement and it'll give you the details or whatever for it. Figure out that math. All right, so that evening, your brother actually comes to see you.
I imagine he's extra worried because like that's kind of his character, that he's very protective of Tessel.
He, of course, had the small talk with you, make sure that you're okay, check to make sure that everything was fine, find out about the purple worm, offers to go handle it himself, etc., etc. But you, of course, already have everything underway, everything handled, partially because they're already there and time is of the essence, partially because of the previous successes they had give them more opportunity for glory in the name of Kraleen, but also partially because, you know, like, you love your brother and you don't want to see him get eaten.
Yeah. He's also the general, so he can't like be in that kind of underground position. He has other commanding to do, right?
Correct.
This is the purpose of the commanders, to lead the armies when the general is not needed to lead the armies.
So he says, Warlord, I'm glad to see that you are recovering, and I expect it'll take some time, but you'll have a bit of a speedy recovery. You'll be looked after well by all the physicians that we have to see to that. I do have to say things were rather eventful while you were gone, but then again, it seems as though our lives have been eventful for some time now. I thought life was difficult and that I would have no spare time before our family had completely taken over this region, but brother, I must say, you keep me even harder work than the previous warlord did of the previous clan.
Yeah. Well, at least there are people do it out of their own choice.
He nods. He says, oh, I agree. And I do have to say, it's actually done me a bit of a favor. Beforehand, I would spend my spare time, wherein I did have more than I do now. I must say I appreciate it, the differences. I spent my time philandering, carousing, if you will, with others to allow the time to pass, to find some degree of warmth in an otherwise cold and dark region of Kajinksi. I now have to be careful with how I spend my time and make sure that when I do spend it with somebody, it's someone that's worthwhile. And I have to say, Warlord, I have been spending almost half a year now with someone who I believe to be worthwhile. I come before you not as your brother or as an advisor, but as a subject. Tessel, there is a woman, Day, who I have spent, as I said, near half a year with now, who has recently discovered that she is some way into pregnancy. This is my child. And I wish to do the right thing and bring the child into a stable environment. I wish to ask for her hand to join our family. I wish for your blessing on this matter.
You have all of my blessings, brother. You choose who you love, and I have no right to decline it. Not that I would even think of it. I must meet her, Naito.
Of course, I will arrange as such to happen. You have much on your plate as of right now, and so I will not do it for the next few days' time while you settle in.
Have you told mother and father?
As warlord, I came to you first.
You should call to them from their cabin. Bring them as well.
For the initial
should-
meeting.
Yes.
Very well. I will do so. Thank you again, brother. Thank you again, warlord.
I hug him.
I'll take the hug and actually genuinely take it and hug back. He says, I must admit I was a bit worried, but I will rejoice in this. We have much to handle. We'll talk more on day and everything else later.
Our passions are important, Naito. Because even in the cold darkness of struggle and strife, the burning desire of our heart will keep us lit and warm. It will guide us to the beyond, past the struggles and strife, to a more beautiful day. Didn't make sense. Don't judge me, okay? I'm bad at things on the spot.
He says, indeed. And he'll give you like another small hug, and then he'll turn to go take care of other tasks. Okay. Jake, what the fluff are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I mean, are you pushing hard to ride there in one day?
What will it take me 2 days otherwise?
It'll take you a day and change otherwise, but that also means sleeping on the road.
Yeah, sure. I'll try and get there in a day.
Okay, I just need a fortitude save from you, and a ride check. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, ride check. Right.
It's an exotic mount, right? So it's gonna be like -5 or something.
No, not. Well, I only have the spectral steed. So
Oh, your spectral steed,
takes a
of
check.
course.
Yeah.
Forgot to get your scorpion.
You don't need a ride check for that, then. Just fortitude.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the speed of that thing?
What? It's a giant scorpion.
25. Oh wait, no, that's range. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a giant scorpion though. So
What is it?
it looks that way because it's.
Oh, it's a
but
horse.
It's yeah, just whatever the stats are for that.
A spectral steed.
Phantom Seed.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a level 3 spell. It's not Phantom Speed.
It's not Phantom Seed?
It's Conjure.
No,
it's just Conjure.
It's
Conjure Steed, right?
yeah, it's whatever the level one.
Summon.
The spell is Mount. It's like a
Oh,
light
it's
roll.
literally called Mount.
Summon Mount, yeah.
So it's the same speed. Sorry, it's not an enhanced speed. It's the same speed. My apologies. So you make me because it actually summons a mount. You do actually, because it's not a Phantom Steed. You do have to make a ride check. Before did you save you House of Flying Colors? You do have to make me a ride check because it is summoning an actual creature. You make it there at the end of one day.
Oh. The first thing I do is call for Urzog and Iritho.
Oh wait, to your capital or to where the land was taken?
No, that's my capital.
Oh, that's a little bit further. I am so sorry. I thought you were going to where the land was taken. Your capital is 60 miles away. That definitely is going to take. You could get there if you want to make me another check. You could get there in one day, but yeah, you're gonna be.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's 1.5 days. It's 1.5 days, whatever.
Okay,
Doesn't
cool.
matter.
You get there in a day and a half then.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to RP this out or expedite it.
Go ahead.
Your decision. But I will summon Urzog and Iritho.
Mm-hmm. Their life.
Oh, did you add a buff for me? Thank you. I was just altering boiling blood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I call them and ask for a report specifically before anything else on why we have lost land.
Urzog and Iritho.
Yeah.
They inform you. So, Urzog says,
Oh, wait, it'd be the marshal or something as well, right? Who was responsible for the
let me switch the overlay again.
outlying lands.
Who was the event? Yeah, who did you use the roll for the event with, right?
I don't remember.
No, he didn't roll. You did.
Oh, Tick-Tongue had a roll for it. There was no Jake roll.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it just happens. That's all right. Yeah. I see little Densho flags all over the place on this map.
Okay. So who would you have here? Not Gartesh. Irithel, you said you called to the meeting. Cursus is not here. Yeah.
He'll
So-
have 4 people there. You know what? Fuck it. The whole council. I don't give a shit.
All right. Well, Cursus and Gartesh are busy. That's fine.
Yeah.
So you ask more or less why are they? What happened? And Marshall, Doxel will say the people on the borders decided that it was wise to try to expand our terrain.
And they chose to take our allies' land rather than the vast swathes of land that lies unclaimed to the north.
I didn't say they were smart or brave people.
Well, we do get people in every day from the Barren Lands. I thought that I had made it known what happens when people go against our allies. Apparently not. Irithel, how many of them are left that led this assault? Surely there is some that retreated.
He shakes his head. More than some. The Shadow did not shoot to kill.
I see. How many?
3 dozen, give or take.
I see. And they're the leader amongst them.
That's the one that's been evading us. They are hiding in our city somewhere. At least I believe it's within the city. Still trying to fish them out, but most of the lackeys we've been able to collect. They've been loose-lipped, no matter how many times we've tried to pry them.
Herzog, spread the word to the men. We are marching on Shadow's capital. I want this person found, Irithel. They will lead me in accompaniment. And the others as well. They wish to fight. Well, we will fight.
1 second. Here though, underestimated imposter syndrome. Underestimated the courts. Iridel scratches his beard and says, deception then.
Varys looks at him. Doesn't answer. We will march on Shadow's capital, and there will be battle.
When he says deception then, you can say Lyra goes from excited to sad, and Sauron always had a knowing look as to what you're referring to. Urzog went from like nervously excited to understanding. You know? Mortimer sleeping.
Is my
Just so you know,
advisor there?
I'm bringing my whole army to Shadow.
Is my advisor there?
You're gonna have to pay BP to activate them to do that.
Yeah.
Your advisor?
I'm asking Jake.
That's up to Jake.
No, this is a closed council.
Okay.
So there you go. He is able to kind of like gather up his people and inform them, so on and so forth. Jake, I would say that this is a bit of a task for you to try to convince them to go in. This will be Irithel doing a deception. Which is what's that called?
Off?
Is he good at that? I hope so.
Spy master. If he isn't, then he's kind of dumb for being a spy master.
There's other ways to be a spy master.
Being able to lie is it's a pretty important task. I also think it's
He can delegate it out. wait.
Is that not the ranking thing for?
No, I think it's actually sense motive.
Yeah, that makes sense. My spy master also doesn't have a bluff.
I don't know how this would work, but everything Varix is saying is happening. We are marching to Shader.
Absolutely.
And it looks like we are gearing up for war.
Maybe an advisor check would actually be how we want to do
Yeah,
this.
because Irithel tends to work through other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
+7. This is a loyalty check. Now I would say to fish this person out, this is probably gonna be I would say normally hard, but because you're trying to get them to run forward, you're just trying to convince them. I'm gonna say it's challenging. So it's a +6 against a DC 16.
Is there any way I could assist in this?
No.
Or
I would say it's
these
average.
guys literally
because these people
I was
want.
gonna
I'd
say
say it's
these-
average. So it's a +6 against a DC 12.
yeah,
Oh, come on.
Don't roll an
it's a good
91.
plan. It is a really good plan though.
Oh, I have to wait
pretend
1
march.
second. Somebody is knocking on my door. Give me a sec.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have a +3 that for like my checks on Jake's kingdom. Can like Jake have that in this case? Can I just give it to him?
I mean, Jake's advisors have special abilities too.
I guess. God, oh God, I just looked at my BP again. Oh. It's so juicy.
I still
Oh,
remember the
God.
natty 1 I rolled for my BP. It's-
It's been
D6,
a-
Scott, you said? I mean,
DC 12 with the
+6.
+6. Yep.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Oh, huge. Okay.
All right.
Beat that by over 7.
Yeah. So, critical success.
Proudly
So,
routes
we-
out the rest
they
of
go,
them.
right?
And I imagine
Alright,
even gets the other ones out of the prison and whatnot to bring along. Everybody's handed some basic weapons and whatnot to march along with you.
Yeah.
You have the whole crew that was involved there.
Good.
Happily going through the lands.
Yeah, we go
offering
march
to
on
take
the
back the
Shadow
land that
capital.
Shadow took as you walk through it.
And do you find the leader?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got the leader. So he's my right-hand man at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's march to the capital.
Another day and a half back.
I
allowing
assume
you to
I
heal.
heard of this.
Hmm?
I assume I heard of this way before that, right? Before he gets marched to my capital.
I imagine your scouts would warn you. Yo, bro, there's some shit going on.
I obviously trust my ally, but not that implicitly. So my army is on the road, in front of the city, in defensive positions.
Jig, you have to activate your army. I don't know how much it costs, but for 1 week you have to pay them.
I do as well.
Yep.
Those details are probably under Clandensho. If we go to armies, hopefully you actually filled out this information.
I don't
Is
know.
this Urzog's Chargers, right? Size 100, because you're not going to bring the giant with you, right?
Nope. Nope.
So where's the consumption? 3. So it's going to cost you 3 BP for 1 week.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. You activate the army, you march them all the way to Shadow. Shadow,
Yeah.
we haven't handled your brother yet. We'll do that later.
So I imagine
we want to
get
make sure he gets a nick.
like kind of the vicinity to the capital, and you've got your own people stationed.
Yeah, they're in defensive positions in front of the city.
All right. Well, we would request a meeting with Tessel. I would request it specifically in his council room.
Yeah, he'll allow you, and I guess like are you bringing a guard with you? A dozen men or so to come in.
Yep. Yeah.
I
So
have, like,
we
a-
will.
I have like a dozen and a half men or something, in the council room.
Yeah.
Jake,
All right. So Scott,
The person that
the
wants-
leader.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're
me
gonna if you're requesting a meeting versus attacking, there's gonna be some sort of check that you need to make to pull that off. Because otherwise they might catch wind and try to run. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to have him. What I wanted to do was have him more or less tell Shadow we're going to take over his lands, blah, 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 and start with the warlord himself. And that's why us and the others are in there.
Okay.
Are you
Deception.
giving me any wins that's like your plan here on the low end, so maybe I can help it?
No, you don't know nothing.
Okay.
Deception from you, sir. It's a bluff check.
Can you just intimidate him to go with you?
If he tries to give me any buts, like I will, what do you call it? Yeah,
It's a pretty good roll.
Modify.
that's good for me.
I would luck it.
Comes. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
We don't have
no
any.
luck.
You guys will
Oh,
hold up.
13.
Hold up. Jake, you actually got a Winnie's. You did not have any luck, but you did get a Winnie's 4 minutes ago, which was specifically for this. I assume you wanted to add that to make that a 17? 18?
You had a crit.
Does he really not come on a 13? He's an orc that wants to kill Shader, apparently.
It's a matter of whether or not they catch wind that something's funky happening.
Seems like a waste, but I mean, sure. I need this to go seamlessly.
Okay. He definitely comes along with you.
Thanks. All right. Now his job, Scott. So when we go in there, he is to declare now that Verix is back. You know, their grave insult of taking the land, and that we are here to reclaim. We are here to take our vengeance or whatever. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's his job.
It gives us big old performance. Absolutely.
All right. So as the
He sounds
I
like one of
assume
those.
council
He
is-
sounds like one of those 2-bit villains you see partway through like an action movie that then
That's
just
what I
gets
was
like
thinking of.
gets like one-shotted like
Yeah.
a minute later.
He's like the big bad guy that thinks he's huge, but like you grinded a video game super hard, so you're super over leveled and you just insta kill them.
Yep.
Right. So before we go, like before your doors open or whatever to the council meeting, which I assume you have your council there, correct?
I probably keep it with like this 12.5 soldiers in the room and me and Naito.
Okay. If Verix finds out about that, he will request your council because it's a council matter. It's your decision what you do.
He will call the council in, but they're gonna be behind the soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna be defended in case.
So as the doors open, Verix enlarges before he walks through.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. So you see him walking on his very large skull-topped walking stick, his quarterstaff. As he walks in, he has his hand on like the shoulder of an orc that is proudly coming towards your table.
Verix. You know, when you said you'd be coming back, I didn't expect you to be marching our army here.
Yes, well, I'm glad you didn't expect that. And he'll push the guy kind of forward. And he'll say, this is
Tony.
Tom. His name's Tom.
Tom. What a name. He's actually from the north, and he tries to hide it by being like extra like southern Karuk, but his name betrays him.
Yeah.
Like Doxy just moved to Canada like a week ago, and I'm like, bro, it's not Thanksgiving yet. And she's like, you're American. I'm like, I smell the corn. I smell the subsidiary corn on you. Okay? You left Idaho or whatever fucking state that is like a week
God.
ago.
Idaho. Oh no.
Like you're an American too. Yeah. I smell the
cheeseburgers and fries.
I smell the copays at your doctors. And the privilege. Yep.
Okay, so what
Is that belligerence right there? Yeah, that's American.
What does
That's
do?
pure, pristine, homegrown belligerence.
This is what the guy's been told he's there for. He's to make his little speech.
So does he just have the speech? And I'm not looking at him. I'm looking at you like, what the fuck is going on? Ignoring this guy.
The guy starts talking.
Yep, I said he delivers his speech, full blown, a 2-bit villain style. Yep.
Yeah, so halfway through, while he is talking, you see Verix raise up the quarterstaff and just smacks him straight in the head.
Okay.
As hard as he can,
Oh yeah.
and he keeps doing it repeatedly without saying anything.
That's a show for Tessel's group. I mean, that was
When
Tessel's group.
when
yeah.
the when
hold on,
when
hold on,
he
hold
is
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
There's
on.
gotta be some will saves for my crew, I imagine. That's pretty bloody.
Like
Tesla's probably fine. So is Naito.
Naito would be unamused by it. He'd think it was needlessly gross or whatever.
And
But you would
violent.
have Atelia would be uninterested. Lenny would be like, no. Oh, it's enough. Ah. Like not happy with it. Like absolutely not. Like what the like why are you making a concave bloody mess that's splattering all over the place? That's entirely unnecessary. Even Rima would be like, this is needless. This serves no god. You know, this is vanity. Like they would be because clearly they don't serve, that warlord. Would not be happy with it. I don't remember Shy, what their response would be.
They've never spoken before.
Yes, they have a few
They've spoken
times.
like once or twice.
Shy's
They're
actually
gonna be useful soon.
Perrin. Shy's actually Perrin, though, originally from Kajinxi, Perrin and race, and neutral in alignment for Winnie and other gods. Would honestly just like turn and look the other way. Would not watch the situation. Jorman would watch. I'm pretty sure Tark would watch the whole time. Just like one of those train wreck scenarios. Yeah. Again, Atelia's uninterested.
What about
Nitro-
Aaliyah?
What is it?
Aaliyah.
Aaliyah? Oh, I told you uninterested. I said Atelia. Who are you talking about?
I'm asking about Aaliyah.
I honestly forgot that she was here because she's not even up there. Haha.
Yeah, she needs to be dragged back.
Yep.
I couldn't see her. Can't see the little pockets.
No, you're good. So, Aaliyah, however, I imagine Aaliyah would be, Aaliyah's trained to have grace in these scenarios. I'll actually even straight up roll for her. Bitch is stone-faced.
It's Aaliyah. it's her. She's gonna be pretty good at anything.
She shows no emotion, but she watches just enough to make it look like she's watching while actually not truly watching. Right? You have to be pretty keen to pick up on that.
Yeah. I understand what Verix is doing. He's doing this as this is the dude that's been fucking shit up, and he wants to brutalize him in the city.
Anyway, so he keeps hitting him for a good minute before he picks the body up and throws it onto your table.
When you do that, that's when Naito will stand up and say, Warlord Verix, I think you've made enough of a show.
Verix takes a step forward. His skull staff thing is very bloody.
Really?
And he says, it has come to my attention that a faction of Densho was responsible for attacking your lands, as we discussed. They're here with me today. You see, these people are not Densho. They are not part of the army. They are weak. They have decided to try and prove themselves worthy of joining the army by attacking an ally. This is something we do not suffer in Clan Densho. If you would, I don't know, how close is your council room? Like, would you be able to see the battlefield or not? Like the outside your thing?
Not in the council room, but like there's like an upstairs and there's a balcony overlooking the city, which faces in the direction of the army. So yeah, you'd probably be able to see it. It faces westward.
Yeah.
Always gonna watch them.
Verix motions and like I don't know, someone with some type of stick that smokes a lot, right? Walks over and puts it out the window, and you can see heaps of smoke billowing off. And then if you can see it, I don't know if you could hear it, Densho army then just starts slaughtering.
It's like a big sage stick.
Yeah, they start slaughtering the Karuk that were part of attacking your lands. And he says, Densho is on the border of the Barren Lands. We get many people coming across. Those that are new and that are weak seek to sometimes make a name for themselves. They claim Densho when truly they've just arrived. But we accept everyone that leaves the Barren Lands, and they must prove themselves. However, proving themselves against an ally, no matter how many times I've said it, we still have problems. I hope this makes you understand that Clan Densho is committed to our alliance. We are loyal.
I had no
And
doubt,
I
Varric.
request our land back. Next time, a bunch of half-starved Karak, if there is a next time, ever try to attack, you may not have to push in and take my land.
I'm sorry for that situation. If I was here, I'd have advised against it.
Yes, I would have expected different. Like I said, it is easy when... Not easy. It is, like I said, it is those that come across that are not quite used to our ways. Yeah.
Your land is yours, Varix.
He nods at you. And he leaves the body there, and he turns and he leaves.
He leaves. That door shuts, and immediately, you can hear there's like an upstart happening in the room. There's noise happening in the room. Do you speak immediately? Or do you allow it to go on for a little bit?
He like puts his hand up to like silence everyone.
Once more with feeling.
I understand you may have many concerns about my ally's actions, but you must understand his people live a different way than ours. This is him showing his most sincerest way of apologizing for the actions of the people in his clan.
Be that as it may, Warlord Tessel, speaks up Shadow Naito, this is not Clan Densho. This is not their lands. This is not how we do decorum. He is going to come into our lands. He needs to show respect to us, our ways, and certainly our warlord and the sacred, sacred nature of our council. He bludgeons that man well past death, and then thrown his dead body across a place where we spend much of our time toiling away for the fairness and generosity of our people, teaching them a way to not behave as such on our borders, and then leaves his mess like we are his lackeys to clean up after him. I must say that while he is maybe showing good faith or an apology in his way is wrong, and it's offensive to our way. That comes from Naito, specifically.
I understand, and this will not happen again. I will not let it happen again.
There seems to be like murmurs or whatnot of, you can go ahead and roll an insight check or sense whatever it's called.
Oh, I'm really good at these checks.
I know, it's the best.
Oh,
Hey.
actually.
You actually see that there is a mixed reviews of people understanding and believing, but also people that, honestly, you're kind of getting the opinion that they're not entirely believe you. Like, you get the impression maybe you are the little brother or somewhat the lackey of the group. Like, even your own advisors are giving that vibe.
So is Ina there?
I don't know if Ina would have been invited to this meeting.
I was gonna say the same thing. Pete would have came because it's Densho. I don't know if Cell would have not let him come, but he would have went.
If Ina wants to come, she may, but I would advise that it may be a dangerous situation. But most likely it would not.
I think Ina would come if the option was there, because it's just, it's the allied
reporting
factions.
information. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is important part too.
And you say with all due respect, Naito, this is a corrupt way. And while I understand that we are in Clan Shado's territory. We are Karuk. And the actions that happen here may be trying to advance the Karuk in a different direction. But you need to understand that if you stray too far from being Karuk, you may be subject to more scrutiny than you've already seen.
I'll have warmed rags and buckets. So warmed water and rags provided for you then, and you can clean up the blood splatter before it dries and becomes impossible to get out of the room.
Send a messenger.
Sadly, Shadow Naito, you are not a warlord, and you don't have the authority to make that decision. So I advise you stay your tongue before you overstep yourself again.
I don't know what you mean by again. Honestly, I don't know what you mean by that.
He was
This whole speech of bravado has been an overstep.
Oh, okay, gotcha. He will actually. He had been standing this entire time, and says, "I don't think you understand how things work here in Shado, Kushibashi."
Tassel puts his hand up. Stop the bickering. I do not wish to hear it anymore.
It is not bickering. It is dignity.
I
It is
understand,
lacked
brother.
by our supposed allies.
And
If
you
I
strip the
may-
dignity from your warlord.
He
will
looks
step
at you and
forward
says,
as
"I'm
well.
sorry. Was it not also the borders of Kushibashi that were attacked by these savages?"
And we handled it. Like Karuk.
He shakes his head. He says, "You throw this term out there, Karuk, like it is the end all and be all, like there isn't a better way to live lives. Slaughtering people and making a big show of it, leaving behind a corpse that already smells like shit. Perhaps you don't know what a battlefield is like."
That is their way, Pete yells. And as you look at Pete, he is not dressed up at all. He
Yep.
actually has the garb of just a common soldier.
Yep.
He steps forward and he says, "You knew that getting into this. If this doesn't suit Clan Shado, then make it known. Break the alliance. Break it off. Because they will not change. They are not Shado. They are Densho. And if this is not the alliance you want, if you don't want the loyalty that he has shown you today, then break the alliance off."
Naito is kind of taken aback by Pete abruptly yelling outwards. So the person that chimes up next would be Atelia. And she would say, "Don't mind him. He's got daddy nerves going on." Which Naito like sharply looks across because clearly it hasn't been announced yet. And here she goes saying shit.
Did you? Oh, I
So-
forget. She's the spy master.
So she says, "Don't mind him. He's got daddy nerves going on." She looks at Pete and says, "He's not wrong though. It's pretty gross." I
Pete,
mean,
I have a question for you. We respect your
Yes,
ways in your home, correct? I understand this is what his people would see as respect. I've said it, correct?
Correct.
Now, for his people in the future to show respect to our ways as we show respect to theirs, that should be what an alliance does, correct?
Correct. However, you
I understand, Pete. You don't need
Densho
to say
Lane.
however. I understand. That's why I'm saying in this situation, I understand why. But in the future, it should not be tolerated. I believe you should agree to this. We're an alliance. It is not a one-way street. We both need to bend what our people do to respect each other.
like you said, I think this is an extraordinary circumstance. I don't think nobody expected Shado to take Densho land. And I understand that Densho pushed, if you can call them Densho, pushed in to an attack. However, all you need to do was repel, and Densho very
agree.
sort of dealt with them like they did. However, your council, in your absence, decided it was better to take the land.
Aaliyah actually chimes up at this point because she, of course, has already done her reading since she returned and said, in fact, if you read the reports of how the battle took place, they had retreated and left an opening to secure that our lands wouldn't be attacked again. And if you actually look at specifically what Tik Tung had left in his notes, the plan was never to hold the lands, but simply to keep the Densho at bay until proper control of that clan could be had when their warlord was returned. Because unfortunately, it was in his absence that they decided to run amok. And I would like to point out it was also in his presence that they ran amok in the past. So let's not go throwing Shado at anybody, she says, trying to make light of the situation at the end of her throwing it back at Pete. We can all understand why Varix did this. Naito, perhaps a little bit less than the others. But I think maybe we should have civil talks in the future of how we handle these things moving forward.
Someone sent the messenger.
Says, Naito,
Tell Densho to take the dead with them. We do not wish to deal with it. It is their people. They should deal with it in their ways.
I mean, with that being said, Rima would say it would be proper for them to be buried under Densho's traditions.
I assume one of the soldiers go out to do that. Tell
You
them
know,
the message.
Ina's going to be like, you're being willfully ignorant of the situation, and this is just going to reflect poorly. I understand your distaste, but now I guess we see who actually makes the decisions in Clan Shado.
When you say that, there's actually a lot of people that look pretty pissed at Ina. And Naito actually says, well, actually, Naito wouldn't say anything because of the repercussions of it, and he has enough law in him or whatever to stay his tongue.
You're right, Ina. I am the one who decides what happens in Clan Shado, and that is why I desire this to happen.
As you say.
Now, I believe you should leave.
I believe so too. Ina will leave. And he will pack his things and he will exit Clan Shado.
As Ina gets towards the door, Atelio says, "Sleep well tonight."
At least I wasn't disgraced by the entirety of Karuk, like your last advisor.
Oh, you're talking about in Kushibashi.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but
he
So-
steps. Once again, he steps forward and he turns and says, "May I leave?"
of course, Pete.
He
Are you
takes a few
leaving
steps.
with Densho back to Kabe?
I have not been recalled.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. However, the last point I wanted to make is apparently people here are unfamiliar, more so than I was. Know your allies, because especially on a battlefield, you might see things that you can't stomach. And if
I
it
know
doesn't
my
suit
allies.
you, then he nods. He looks at Naito and just looks at him, which is odd because like Pete's always been this flamboyant, happy person, but he just gives him the biggest deadpan stare.
He's seen some shit.
And it just goes on for about 10-15 seconds, and then he turns and walks out the door.
The Kuruk, especially of the old ways, will not understand a council of equals to speak to their warlord.
They most certainly don't.
I'm saying it out loud to my people.
Yeah,
so.
to the people that's there.
So, and I understand the way I do things. I don't know how many of you have lived under other warlords. I cannot see anymore when Ida's gone.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you understand of other warlords. There are traditions. Me and Naito only understand that of a tyrant and despot that desired to enslave his people. The rest of you, I'm not too sure how much you've been involved. But the Kuruk outside of my lands are not the same. I have inspired something strange inside the Kuruk, something almost magical, a desire to help one another out without violence. And it's something that the others will not understand. It is something that's hard for them to understand because they have not been shown, they have not seen a way that works differently.
Lenny will actually chime in for the first time since his very vocal objections to what he had to witness earlier, which is more violent than anything he'd ever seen in his entire life. He says, and that's exaggerated by the point he's about to say, I'm by far the oldest person in this room. All day today. That includes the Ashen Orc. What I can tell you is this. You go that many years with that much horror that he's had to witness, that he's had to perform, you become a horror yourself. What we just witnessed was horrible. But I do have to agree with Naito. We shouldn't tolerate such activities here. The meaning behind it, appreciated. Execution,
happen again.
understood. But, Warlord, that was vile. We didn't just see an execution. We watched a bloody, cold-blooded slaughterhouse murder.
I understand. But like you see in Tesla's eyes that like this is not like shocking to him, right?
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
he's
a fighter. Well, no, not just that. He's like seen horrors himself. You know what I mean? Like
he was just inside of a giant worm.
Yeah. Right? There's been horrible shit that's happened to him. It will not happen again. And we will not take their land in defense again. That was a silly decision to do.
Tark actually chimes in and says, I actually have to disagree with that being silly. It was a strategic place to defend our lands from the future. We didn't know if he would strike a second time.
I understand. But you see why it was silly afterwards. You didn't understand the Ashen Orc. But now you understand him as I do.
What is it? Tark would say, oh no, I understand why he did what he did. I also understand why everybody else is upset the way they are. Because they are a hobgoblin and right? Like
yeah.
The part that surprises me was Ina. That was perhaps a little too close to home.
Overstepping her lines.
Is it her or him?
It's a him.
Oh, okay. Perhaps hit a little too close to home. That was strange. The tensions between Shadow and Densho are obvious. That's something that we would expect. But tensions between Shadow and Kushibashi over Densho being the barbarians that they are, that's strange. Doesn't make me happy. I can tell you that.
I have feelings that Ina was not sent here in the most good of faiths as an advisor. You don't even say out of game. You sent someone to babysit, okay?
Oh yeah.
Oh, totally.
Absolutely.
Totally.
100%.
Absolutely. And to be honest, if Ina makes it home alive, he's going to say that you can trust Shadow Tessel. You cannot trust Clan Shadow.
Yeah. And so, Atelia is totally doing it.
Is he leaving? Like leaving the city?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Atelia did anything, she would
That's
give
a
you
choice.
like diseased blankets. That's what Atelia would do. She'd be like,
No.
enjoy this in the winter.
Ina's experienced. He's already catching up with Clan Shadow.
Densho, yeah.
Densho.
So
Densho.
anyways,
Yeah,
Aaliyah would
yeah.
actually chime in at this point where we're talking. Cell would chime in and say, I'm not concerned about Ina. Ina was, as you were saying, not necessarily sent in good faith. It was actually Pete's that I'm worried about. Has nobody noticed that Pete has changed considerably since the last time we had seen him?
I was surprised. He's not wearing his cape. Despite how ridiculous wearing a cape is, it fit him really well. And I genuinely am worried. He seems despondent, like he's seen something. I don't know, I've seen something that I wish to never see again recently.
Shy says, you're gonna have to give me all the details about that, by the way. I'm gonna make sure there's a good record.
It was a giant fucking purple worm, okay?
I don't have my ink
This
right
is where
now, later.
Tesla doesn't normally swear, so this is like, do you know about mushroom people?
I was actually on the phone with one of my bosses earlier. Like I've said before, I have 3 bosses. They're all very different. This one I've never heard swear before. I think I heard her say shit once or she said fuck twice on a phone call. I was like, whoa. I was like hit a nerve there. Not me. I never hit nerves. I'm a good guy.
So I asked, do you know what mushroom people are? We saw sentient mushrooms.
I will roll for that for
Lenny
a
too.
Shy.
And Lenny.
Oh boy. You make me roll a bunch of dice when I just want to role play. Fine.
Sorry, this is important, okay? But we don't need to discuss it too much because I out of game know what these are, right?
Wow, I rolled shit.
That's Lenny. Let me see Lenny's.
By the way, that's the person at the best check for that, I think.
Let me roll for Lenny.
It's engineering. Oh,
No,
actually,
Lenny has
they
a
have
way
the best
better
check.
check.
Oh yeah. Lenny says, name a Myson. Yeah.
Write me a report on this, please. Also, start researching a way to keep a fire elemental in a containment.
Aaliyah kind of clears her throat, trying to catch your attention again.
Sorry, I have a lot of things going on, and I want to make sure everything's caught up. Can we get a servant in here to clean the body?
They'll have somebody say it. Jorman's like, I'm a bit hungry. No, Rima actually says, Warlord, I have to agree with what you said. He looks like he's seen something. I don't know how much time we should give him alone, but perhaps I should be the one to speak to him.
Aaliyah?
This is Rima.
Rima?
Maybe he just needs a little bit of guidance, a little faith to help him get through whatever that's affecting him right now.
Give it a couple
one
days.
thing you would have heard though, because it is Pete doesn't sleep in his room. He sleeps.
Yeah,
in
he
the
sleeps in the barracks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give him a couple of days, but be gentle, please, Rima. You're the most of the gentle of peoples.
For you, Viking. Rima says, I'll give him time. I'll be careful with him, but he seems like he might need a little guidance right now. The outburst from Pete was strange. That outburst was not about either Shado or Densho. That was something else entirely.
I agree. We should help Pete in any way we can. He's a good man.
Jorman says, did you get any of its poisons?
No, it's not dead.
No. That's what I was here at this meeting for. Very well then, back to the mines. And he gets up and walks away.
Wait, aren't you foraging my shirt? My chain shirt?
I meant Smithy.
Thank
It's
you.
a different direction instead.
I need that soon.
It was literally all he said the entire meeting. Did you get any poison? Nah, okay, I'm out.
Oh god, that was a mess, Jake. But I respect it.
A literal mess, like blood splattered everywhere.
It makes complete sense.
Oh yeah,
Why
100%.
everyone reacted as it did.
100% makes sense. And of course, Naito would not be appreciative of all that shit that just happened.
What
What's his alignment
Densho
again?
lawful neutral?
Yeah.
Would the Densho orcs take the dead with them, as requested?
They build a massive pyre and burn them all.
Oh, that's
That's
fine.
fine.
That's actually fine for
Yeah.
yeah.
I just
Tanzo.
wanted you to deal with the dead because they're their problem. I think just to it was mostly to show like to the citizens that like this is not just Densho doing something, right? I'm putting my will into this.
Jake rolled critical success and role played that very well. And for that, he gets the Wicked Leader trait added to his character. Jake's
Is that
like,
a trait?
What that is?
what is that? Google Pathfinder Wicked Leader.
That's a feat, isn't it?
Nope, it's a trait.
Oh, it's also a trait. Vile leadership is the thing. Oh, you get a +1 on charisma.
When dealing with evil creatures, and a +1 to his leadership score when
Oh,
using vile leadership, and
whoa.
his cohort can be up to 1 level beneath him.
So you can have
As long as it's
a
evil.
level. Ooh, that's insane.
Damn, that's a good try. Thank you, Scott.
Oh, hey, listen, it's quite performative, and it was a critical success in that role too. So, it also cost you some people. So,
Yeah, you got to put some casualties, I guess, right?
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
He also gains a -1 loyalty to his kingdom because he just killed a lot of people, and
You should
he's-
probably get an infamy too.
what,
honestly?
infamy. Nah, was this something
This
that would
is-
be external or just internal?
Well, infamy is like news of something that you did spreads.
If I
He
gave
brought-
him, I gave him infamy, I would not give him the -2 loyalty. I would just give him the infamy.
I think the infamy makes more sense because
Fine.
other people
I
will hear
don't
this.
don't take the -2 loyalty. Just take the infamy instead. Actually, I take your point there, because infamy can be used in a positive way, but it can also be used against you in certain diplomatic things.
Right,
Oh,
and this
yeah.
makes sense. This is like he's spreading the fact that this is like what he does, right?
Mhm.
And not just it'll spread in Shado, and then Trados will spread it far and wide across Kajinxi, right?
I will definitely allow take your suggestion on that one. So his base infamy goes up by 1. That's a pretty solid idea. Cool. All right, awesome. And you go your separate way. Nick.
Anything happened to me, my clan? Just to be clear on this, or I don't know.
Next week we're gonna have to role play your meeting your day or whatever because we don't have time for that this week.
Yeah.
So nothing else. Dencho, you're gonna go back and violently evict Clan Shado from your land.
I don't think there's people there. I think they're just scouts that probably already left.
I imagine you probably would send
You would have had
a messenger
somebody
with.
to hold it.
Yeah, I definitely would have had people to hold it, of course. And I imagine you would send a messenger with Clan Densho or a head of Clan Densho to remove themselves from the land.
I imagine they've already pulled back.
Yep,
after
yep,
the
yep.
bar.
We will
Argument
also
measure.
give Ina an escort back as well. Not like, obviously I wouldn't go, but they're not going. He's not going by himself.
Nick. How you doing, buddy?
That was a while, Nick. I'm sorry.
Living that dream.
Hey, he got to see a part of it. I think Nick thoroughly enjoyed the role play he just had.
Oh, I
sure he did.
absolutely did. It had to. There's no democracy in Kirk lands. That's
No, it makes
that's an
complete
abomination.
Right? It makes complete sense. That's why I had to do the little talk afterwards. Like, our other people will just not comprehend our way of doing things. It won't make sense to them.
Yeah, the big thing is that just like you can't, their clan cannot comprehend Shado, your clan can't comprehend Densho. Like they refer to the Densho's way of doing things as barbaric and evil and savage and whatnot. Even though what he just did was an incredible high and showed you incredibly high degree of respect.
Yeah.
Like no judgment from Scott, no judgment from the DM. It was 100% your characters, your NPCs' sentimentalities being played out there. Like
Yeah,
to me, like as a fan of Densho, that made perfect fucking sense. As a fan of Shado, that made perfect fucking sense. I don't think that the
good.
Ina thing was a Kushibashi thing. I think that was an Ina thing, right?
Yeah.
Like throwing the shade about what happened at Kushibashi, I think is a Kushibashi thing. Like that last line or whatever it was, that to me made sense. But the rest of like that whole acting out, I think that was an Ina thing as opposed to Kushibashi.
Ina's been dickish this entire time, okay?
Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, Ina was supposed to be an older advisor who basically would say, you need to shut up because you're talking too much. And that's really the whole reason he was there. And then I think the entire time Ina's been there, he realized that your council does more of the talking than you do, which would not sit well with
It makes sense.
with any. They'd just be like, "Who's the actual leader here?" And they'd be confused, and they'd say, "Ooh, this is bad," because there's no singular decision maker, you know. So, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun. I liked it. It was a good
Yeah.
show.
It was good, yeah. I mean, it all makes sense, I think, because your clan is meant to be like is more similar to like normal Southern Kajinksi, so it's very much still the order, but isn't like the I murder order. It's like, hey, everyone fall in line, shit, you know?
Well, yeah, it's a dictatorship, right? It's a your rule is law, except for with Kuchibashi, it's not. It's your merits raise you up in the chain, but the warlord is the warlord. That's it.
Mine is more of a council of like people that can speak their mind and give all the suggestions they want, and Testo considers the options.
Yeah. So it's not that your clan does anything wrong. It's just that he's saying from his clan's perspective.
Of
what you do
course,
is wrong.
from
Again,
anyone else
to
from
me,
Kajinksi,
that all went beautifully. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
Yeah,
and correct. Joey's correct there. He is pretty much mid Kajinksi because he came from more northern Kajinksi and struck his claim out here. So.
Yeah, but Southern Kajinksi and Middle Kajinksi, the difference is more of tech. Let's be real.
All right. So, Nick, you have the way that it usually works is you can build a mine for 6 BP, and it increases your economy and your BP by 1. Right? You build a sawmill for 3, and it increases your stability and BP by 1. Patreon people is chatting on the side wanted to create something for you because of your Kushibashi for animal husbandry, or like a Kushibashi breeding place, whatever you want to call it. It's the same idea. I was suggesting go with it costs 4 BP normally, and it increases your economy and your BP by 1. I'll have to add it onto your character sheet as something that can be made. So it costs 4 BP to create, just like a sawmill or a mine. It functions just like they do. Increase your economy and your BP by 1. So they wanted to create that so you can have one. What do you mean? What am I talking about? Terrain improvement.
Like where? Oh, but where?
What do you mean by where?
Well, where is he building it? That's my question.
Okay, I'll get to it. To have one already put on your land for you. So you've already made one. So I have to make a new little token, which I'm going to do in a minute because this was talked about while I was at work earlier. So just like you have those little flowers and shit like that, I got to get a cute little token to put on there for you. But then lastly, I wanted to have one spot be a resource where more or less your advisors realize there is a spot that the Kushibashi tend to gather. And then you realize, oh, there's actually a flower that grows there, a natural herb that grows there. It's one that's not easily transplanted to other areas because of just like the natural resource of that spot, but they seem to thrive and whatnot there. And so actually this hill, let me bring this to your view. So I was going to put it so this hill right here, because obviously I'm not going to do this one because you just put a stockyard in your capital, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah, so I would screw you over if I put it here. So this hill down here, actually, yeah, because you can't have it in the same place as a farm, and you already have a farm here. So this hill down here actually just happens to naturally grow what it is that they like. So this hill has one of those, whatever it is. Let's just put a fun little on the spot. I'll put a wing on there for now. Look at that. Hey, a wing.
Little.
Hey, yo.
Was it glacial greens?
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Greens,
Yes,
yeah.
that's exactly what it is. So it's because the resource, it doubles the effect. So instead of +1 economy, +1 BP per income phase, it's +2 economy, +2 BP. I'm gonna have to add it to your character sheet, so that gets instantly added on there. But also the option to build those things, which is 1 economy, 1 BP, 4 BP is what it costs to build them. That's an option for you to do in the future. Currently, I can't. So there is something called a lumberyard that increases the effectiveness of your things, and there's something called a sawmill. Nope. A
lumberyard and foundry
Foundry.
is the mines one.
For the mines, I don't know if there will be one for the Kushibashi as of right now. But also, there is somebody that was looking to meet with you when you return home. And they've been working on this, constructing this in the absence to build one right here for you. Which again, I have to put in your character sheet. So no, it is not currently on Kushibashi. It'll be added down here somewhere. Okay? Down in this little region for you. I just have to do the maths for you to make it work. But that will actually increase your stats for you on your character sheet afterwards. Good? Good. Moving on. There's actually somebody there waiting for you to meet with you to actually talk about trading of Kushibashi. Well, obviously when your character gets home, you first hear a lot of the news that's happening there. First and foremost, you have, Tonscreet.
I've been thinking a lot about how Naren's going to handle this, and he's basically out front to everyone. He's just going to ignore it. He's not even going to acknowledge that Tonscreet is disabled, and he's just going to be like, how are the duties? What's your full report? Did you perform? Here's what I expect of you moving forward. And he won't mention it at all.
Okay. All right. Others would be like, oh, sense motive for me.
Where's my sheet?
There's an awkwardness in the room as people are like, is he not going to say anything about that? No?
Nope.
Okay. So we're just going to let this slide. All right. Even Tonscree himself is wondering when you're going to bring up the situation. But of course, you don't. We haven't. It's not even mentioned. It's not even talked about. So it just continues to slide for now. Eventually the meeting of everything that's kind of like talked about is going to come to adjourn with Tonscree, kind of giving a report of everything that transpired, all the successes and failures that you're aware of. Aren't some of your people still currently gone? I think they're currently researching still the big fire pit area, right?
Yeah.
Everything that's happening there. So they kind of just played out with this like, awkwardness that nobody's bringing up the elephant in the room. And Tonscreet's still on his recovery. He's not fully back to normal. When you return, he comes to the meeting and kind of delivers everything he needs to, but you can see it's genuinely exhausting for the man because he's not fully recovered from what's happening. The only reason why he's even here is because you've returned, and so he's showing that. But he's fully dressed and everything as he expected to, because again, it's that first meeting. He'd probably ask to not attend the next several, but we haven't gotten to that point yet, right? So the meeting goes normally, with you giving your opinion of all the shit that transpires along the way.
Okay. If that's the way that's going to roll, I'm basically, once the meeting's done, I'll simply be like, Tonscree, what's the protocol for an injured soldier?
He will look to you and say, generally speaking, they'll be relieved from duty and they would be given other responsibilities that's are more adequate to their current situation.
And aren't your current responsibilities adequate to your situation?
Not entirely sure.
I am.
Perhaps not yet.
Moving on. I said you are, so you adjust. Recover and adjust. Moving on.
Okay. I get mixed emotions from people around the room on that one. Some appreciate the still Tonscree, and some are like, ooh, it's a little harsh. And some are like, oh, it's pity. You know what I mean?
A little cold.
So, but I imagine you're going to handle those individually, or are you going to bash somebody on the head with a stick?
First of all, Shala's in trouble because her job was to protect Tonscree, and she did not protect Tonscree. So he's going to lash out at somebody. It's going to happen.
Okay.
He's very upset, but he's just.
Is it happening here publicly, or is it going to be privately?
It's going to be very private.
Okay.
I don't scold my soldiers in public.
Okay. All right. So so Tonscrete takes everything kind of like plays out until it's all done. You are informed that there is somebody that had recently arrived and they were looking to meet with you about your dealings with Kamatori.
Yes. Send them to my meeting hall.
I imagine you don't want the full council there. Maybe just your what are they called?
Treasurer.
Treasurer. Thank you so much for the word.
No
Yeah,
problem.
our diplomat.
Where's your clan? Right here. Right. You don't want everybody else there, do you?
No, probably just Machinko and
Ivan.
yeah, Ivan.
Karza goes other things. Shala and Rayon has other things to handle, so on and so forth. I imagine Densho Tora would also not stay. Tonscrete wouldn't have to stay. Asking to go and die in a hole somewhere.
Yeah, no, he's supposed to be in a medical wing recovering. That's what soldiers do when they're injured.
Yep.
They don't show up for duty.
Oh god, I can't see anymore.
I know. I got you. Okay. I just have to make like a little tiny token in the middle of the room that makes it work better. That's all. But I'll worry about that later. So anyways, a person comes walking into the room. It's funny because they seem familiar to you, but you're not entirely sure you've ever met them before. Go ahead and just roll me just a flat intelligence check.
Not bad. I'm gonna steal a luck.
Ha!
There are none.
There hasn't been any luck for a while, yeah, sadly.
It happens when you don't roll luck. No one knows it's empty.
So with your 13, you do actually recognize who this is. You met them before, actually in the north. Though you're pretty sure she's from that clan that no longer exists.
The one with the loose tongue.
Mm-hmm. So she comes walking in.
Welcome to Clan Kuchubashi.
Thank you for meeting with me, Warlord.
What is it? What business do you have with the clan?
It is said that Clan Kushibashi has the greatest Kamatori in all of Kajinksi. At least it's what it's said in the south. You can't trust all the words you hear in the north.
I think it's safe to say that most things can't be trusted.
I wish to purchase either breeding rights or one of the sires that you have to offer. I have no problem allowing breeding to happen here.
We can do a sire, but breeding is something that takes more than just 2 Kamatori. It takes skill.
It also takes location and attention and so on. Things that cannot be provided where I intend to go. Which is why I would like to commission for some Kamatori to be raised and sired. I would gladly buy out the sire from underneath you and figure things out on my own if you'd rather have your hands off, but if you'd rather a slightly more ongoing relationship, I'd be willing to work with you.
This is something I'll be willing to consider. I'm going to have to discuss with my council members on what protections would need to be agreed on, as I don't fully trust your motives, to be blunt.
What kind of protections are you worried about?
I don't want the North coming down on me because you decide to raid them with my Kamatori.
Now, how would I be rating the North?
With very fast Kamatori.
She'll chuckle and say, that is something that is yet to be proven, at least to me. I offer you a good amount of coin and influence. Contacts that I know. This translates to BP. If you are willing to work with me. I don't have time to sit around and deliberate between here and there. Winter is dangerous for all. I'm not looking to take the Kamatori today, as I know it'll take you months to bring them to the appropriate age and give them the training and whatnot that they need. But I'm willing to provide my payment up front, of course.
Numbers.
I need more or less what would be an adequate transfer, so it's not like she's trying to screw you over by any stretch. Because the hard numbers don't really matter. I don't know if you know this, but like a young Axbeak sells for 1,500 gold. Okay,
Yep.
I wasn't sure if you knew that. So it's like 3 equals like a BP. So anyways, she says it boils down to what she says to 8 BP.
Oh, a lot of birds.
Okay, and this is where negotiation comes in. So for that, 8BP would get you the standard stock of Kamatori. We do also have my last steed, Nabu, is ready to go into his siring years. That would be slightly more, and he is probably the most advanced Kamatori breed I have, with exception to Tori, which is not for sale. So Nabu would be the most most well-bred Kamatori available throughout all of Kijinxi. So choose, do you want your common stock or do you want the best?
Nabu was the sire of the one that I had met in the north, correct?
Correct.
It's most likely the one that I'll be riding. Name your price.
12 BP.
She shakes her head and says, see, this is where you're playing games. You have nobody else that would come in here and offer you this kind of coin and the contacts that I can provide for you, the information that can be given to you in exchange for the Kamatori that you have to offer. Your sales are a trickle, where I offer you a river. I'm not here for Nabu today, as I'm not here for the other ones today. You're going to birth them, rear them, feed them well, so on, and I'll be collecting them, probably midsummer. We both know 12 BP is ridiculous.
Yeah, because Nabu would be worth 4.
Alone, yeah. So, 8 BP and 4 for Nabu. But I'm not paying for him yet. You will take the 8, you will rear them, of the ones that I want, and you'll understand that I am interested in Nabu, so if somebody else comes along asking, you will inform them that someone else is considering, and let me know first. And I will either act immediately then, or allow the opportunity to pass.
If you want first rights, I will need a means of contacting you.
She nods and says, you're not one of those people that are afraid of magic, are you?
I'll just point in the direction of Eldamar.
Or your Naginata?
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't know it is a flaming Naginata, does she?
Probably. He's shown it off.
Oh, he
several
did
times
show
in
it
the
off.
garden.
I did,
Yeah.
yes.
But she still asks because she's from the Barren Lands. So. She will then take a few steps forward, and granted, your table is very long. A place on the far side of the table, she puts down a large golden coin, or at least it looks golden. Then she slides it across the table, so you kind of like, put your hand on it to catch it. And she says, "You remember my name?"
It's in my notes.
Do I? Yeah, that's it.
It's Atzlan Galtma.
Yeah,
Galtma,
I actually
Galtma,
do have it in
Galtma.
my notes.
Galtma.
Yeah, Datlin clan. I didn't have the name.
Galtmaa. Galtma. Galtma.
L.
Galtmaa.
Galtma.
Wow. There we go.
Whip it out. Sounds bad out of context.
Oh, that's why I read it. I'm like, I hope you're talking about the Naginata.
And
Because the hammer is not the fist.
Oh my god, why? What the fuck is
It's
wrong
just-
with you?
It's just been in my head now.
Oh my god.
sorry.
Take that however you want.
Yeah. You're welcome. Anyways, so she slides the coin across the way, and you can see there's like embossed with a image of a bird. She says, "Think of the message. Keep it brief. Flip the coin in the air. It'll do the rest."
Interesting. A deal is a deal.
She nods. She says, "As I said, I'll be collecting them sometime in the summer, potentially late summer. I will have your coin and the like delivered to you in the next within a month's time."
Understood. Now, what are these contacts you speak of?
And she will give you that information, and again, that equates to BP, right? Because BP is
Okay.
wealth and influence.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So she kind of like gives you a bit of information, and she doesn't actually stay longer than what needs to be said and done. Not at least not at this point. And she'll make her way. Eventually she'll leave, and when she leaves, she like legit leaves. Your
She walks
capital.
into the barren lands.
Yeah, go south. So you like
That's great.
tail her. Not you, Shala. We have talking to do. Get my cat o' nine tails.
You gotta borrow it from Atelia first.
I'm just gonna take Conscrete's severed arm and beat her with it. No, just kidding.
Oh my god, what the fuck, Nick?
I learned from the best. Where's Jake? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
So-
you take. Make a stab out of his arm.
You can collect that ABP when you collect taxes next.
You got to make like a crossbow out of his arm for him, so we can still shoot with his archery.
I don't think bones are as bendable as wood or metal.
I'll let that die.
Bring Shala to Clan Shado to make another example. What does Ina tell Naren?
You're not there to
when-
witness it, so don't worry about it.
Well, is he gonna send another advisor? Is the question. Or Boverclench just lacking an advisor right now. We'll handle it next month.
Yeah, you definitely won't have an advisor for a couple of months. That's for sure.
You gotta find a suitable person and whatnot.
Yes, that plus travel plus everything that's going on, and then he's going to have to find somebody who can handle the flavor of Clan Shado, which will probably be impossible.
Send me a
Clan
halfling.
Shado is gonna have to find someone that can handle a blade.
I'm gonna send you out
high
for
rolls. It was so bad.
All right, let's end this shit. My voice is starting to go.
Oh my god, it was so bad. I rolled like 2s and 3s and 1s the entire fight. It was so bad. No, I'm not sending a lizard folk. I don't think I have more than one. I think Jordan's the only lizard folk in my city.
be one of those situations where it's like there's two lizard folk and all the Kadak are like they're taking over. You know? Yeah, you know how it is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I'll say this while we're there. That's a really cool building there for the making the commissary actually count towards my DP. I think that was an awesome idea, guys. Good job.
Nick doesn't have lizard folk either. Okay, there's not like an abundance of lizard folk to be sending places.
Why don't you
Right?
send Nick a
Scott-
salamander?
They're not very common in our
Send the
region.
salamanders. Oh, Nick.
Yes.
What are the core rules of Pathfinder is that the buildings are assumed to be made out of stone. But buildings can actually be comprised of wood. Which is not good. But cheaper.
Half cost.
Half cost to build them when they're made out of wood. But I think they also have a lesser benefit too.
No, same benefit. I think
they're more easily destroyed.
I would assume that they have like they're easier to be destroyed in like a fight, but also the disaster event for a city. Like you can just lose your buildings.
So, something to keep in mind for when you're building your next town inside the woods is you can build a town up pretty quickly, pretty cheap, Nick. Because you'll be building up literally inside the woods because it's half the
Till a
cost.
forest fire.
I mean, if there's a fire, obviously it's a different conversation, but you can actually build up a pretty decent sized town pretty quickly that way.
I don't know if I would go that road. It's like build a city in the most hostile territory that can be easily destroyed.
Well, I mean, but at the same time though, it's fire. People don't really want fire in the woods. So
Unless you're so.
Okay, that was a fucking trump card. All right, I'm sick of it.
listen, you can't bitch. Not only has that trump card not even come to full fruition yet, wait till next week. But on top of that, Joey just got you spit out of a fucking
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I can still complain. Okay, but
Xylamos has had Fortune's Favor sitting there waiting to be used for a considerable amount of time, and I think it's finally time next week. But in the meanwhile, Jake, do you want to tell everybody about your podcast yet?
am I gonna be healed, Bob?
Yeah, our podcast, remember?
Nope,
Yeah.
I don't remember. Nope.
Can I join the podcast?
Now who's in denial?
I'm actually
Wow, Scott shut you down, so you wanted to join
Yeah.
our podcast and he just said
Yeah.
straight up no.
I know. he
Damn.
did- Damn.
Didn't even
It's
say
so,
that.
just
ignored it.
I get man. I see how it is.
Do you?
Yeah. I mean, I had to look down at you.
I'm so excited because my father and stepmother are coming to visit tomorrow, and Rory has no idea. So they're just going to show up at her school to help pick her up from school tomorrow, and she's going to geek out because she has no idea that they're visiting. I haven't seen my father in ages, but she's going to be so excited because she has no idea that Grampy and other grandma are coming to pick her up. So she's going to be so happy. I'm excited. That's my day. Jake, anything else you want to talk about? Inclement? We're playing Wednesday even if we don't have Neil.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
Definitely playing even if we don't
Alright,
have
well,
Neil.
yeah. Wednesday, you get to see my pretty face again.
It is a very pretty face.
Says that.
So,
And nothing. I got nothing else going on.
Yeah, I play at twitch.tv/the Draconian Empire. One day I'll have it copy pasted playing Skulls and Shackles or playing Pirates. It's 9 p.m. Wednesday night or something like that. It's kind of been inconsistent in starting time. Somewhere between 8
is
and
it
9.
really? Why is it inconsistent?
Because every time we're ready to go, Tantus has to fix something with the overlay.
Why is something wrong with the overlay?
I don't know.
Oh, I wonder if something I can help him figure out. Because overlay is usually one of the fastest things. What do you guys use for video chats?
We're using Discord.
Oh, that's probably
It works
why.
fine.
Yeah, that's probably why he has issues. So like things like Zoom, like if you were watching stream, you can see me like floating you around. I can like if you guys are in the wrong order, I just
Oh,
like move you to the
no.
correct order.
I'm
And
being
it's,
dragged.
it's super easy. So I've been replaced.
Oh no. But yeah, that's what I do. Playing Pirates, it's cool. It's gonna be combat session. Gonna fight on a ship or something like that. and maybe I won't die. I almost died last session. I almost died this session. I'm having a lot of close to death encounters recently. Okay. You're touching me, Sky. I don't like it.
2 natty ones in a row.
It was so old. Dude,
I honestly thought I was gonna kill. I honestly thought I was gonna kill a PC today. I was tasting blood.
If I didn't roll a natty one on initiative, I would have been so fine.
Nah, I honestly, I like Jake was the only safe one there. I honestly thought I was gonna kill a PC.
Well, I guarantee cut out on myself. Like on a natty one initiative, I can still cut myself out easily, right? I have 2 attacks at full bab.
I mean, I don't know, dude. All I know is that Nick and you are both very close.
It was so close.
Like that was.
It's very close. We lived, and it was good as a bonding moment.
I won't lie. If both your characters died, this campaign could have gotten really interesting. With like, we just have Jake just take over. It's a solo campaign with him having a massive kingdom, and being like, "All right, boys, invade."
There's no way
Invade
the
quick.
kingdoms merge like that. That's not how that works.
Merge like that, or he fucking takes it by force.
We'll just march back into the council room with a different message this time.
Yeah, I don't think that would end too well.
What are you talking about? He'd easily wipe out your entire council. He'd 1v them. He'd 1v them.
Oh God, I'd have to role play as Tonscreet being a warlord. Oh man, he's too nice.
I would have to make a new character because I don't know. I played Naito for a bit, I guess, but he isn't meant to be the successor.
Nope.
No, he's the leader, right?
Okay, Nick. You people wouldn't understand democracy, okay?
Sure, you're like
people.
Yeah, I get it
entirely.
You're W and he's
Jake
Cheney.
Understands. Only Jake
It's W and
understands,
Cheney. W and Cheney. It's pretty.
Just make his unborn child heir? No, we have to skip 20 years or 18 years.
By the way, LD, I can't throw shade at campaigns starting late. On Wednesdays and Fridays, we always start super late because, we have to wait for Rita to show up. She shows up at like 9:05 and then turns her camera off and then comes back a while later. So, but to be fair, she's usually coming from just streaming. So I'm sure she has to poop.
Who are we rating, Scott? Who's being rated?
Your ear holes. I'm looking.
Wow. I don't consent.
That's okay. Do it anyways. Is Weave the Tail actually playing a tabletop right now? You know,
I have no idea.
I'm just going to assume anybody that I go to raid is doing a rerun. It should really tell you if they're doing a rerun on the raid screen.
It should.
We're going to raid blue because we love blue. All right. Oh, I see that, Snaga. Anyways, bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.